exactly sure how like the function of politics in South Korea. I know it's very similar to our system in America, but I know there's quite a few differences. I don't actually know whether or not he'll get to serve out the rest of his term, but the whole country hates him now. I mean, in the future, would Trump try and pull something similar at some point? Well, I mean, they will, but not in any way this bad. Like, as in, not this much of a failure. Their plan, like Trump's plan, isn't Trump's plan. It's the Heritage Foundation's plan. It's in Project 2025. They spent years planning this out before the election. So they're just going to go with what it says in the book and do it step by step and not fuck it up like this. It's not also the factor of the South Korean president had no support doing this. Literally, his own party voted against this, whereas Donald Trump will have full support of every house of U.S. government, from the Senate to the Congress to the judicial branch to literally all of it. So it'll be much more successful when they do it here.
Now, as Mike mentioned, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in South Korea, the South Korean chairman, Admiral Kim, is going to be somebody who has to make a major decision here and to deploy forces in a public way against the people of South Korea, potentially. That, of course, would mark a major break.
They might not have impeachment. It might be a vote of no confidence. Well, we're going to see a few of that going around. But here's what I was talking about of the politicians that were supposed to be arrested. All of these tweets and all of the news about these politicians that were meant to be arrested came out very, very shortly after, before rather, the actual end of martial law. So I haven't actually seen whether these people were arrested. So far, I'm not seeing any. I'm seeing... This is the most recent. Amid South Korea's martial law crisis, reports surface. Hey, go on, stop doing that. Oh my God. Well, there you go. You guys got my email. Oopsie. Doxed myself and my email. I hate you, Google. Thank you for that. So, amid crisis, declared martial law, shameless pro-North Korean anti-state forces, blah, 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 blah. However, as of now, no arrests have been made. Lovely. That's good to hear that these people have not been arrested. Yeah, there we go. So, officially, martial law has been lifted.
There are dramatic scenes on the streets of Seoul as we go to air this morning with the South Korean president.
You guys are going to bombard my emails, and I'm just going to end up blocking all of you. So, have fun with that.
Sensationally backing down just hours after he sent shockwaves through the country by declaring martial law.
Oh, holy shit. Sorry, Art, I didn't say Nightbot is literally stopping you from saying a bunch of stuff all the time on YouTube. That's not supposed to happen. Nightbot's supposed to be disactive.
As police blockaded the entrance following that initial declaration.
Inside, MPs appeared to clash with troops attempting to enter before the opposition called enough of them
You
together
send me
to
plenty
force
of
the
memes and cat videos as is, Art. I don't need any more in my email inbox.
Down. It has been a very fast developing situation. Our North Asia correspondent James Oaten is following it all for us. James, okay, talk us through what exactly happened overnight.
Good morning. Well, as you can see behind me, the sun is now rising and it's 6 o'clock local time in South Korea. And it's amazing to think there's some people waking up now and reading the news and thinking, what on earth happened last night? Because it was only around 11 o'clock.
What on earth happened is very nearly a second North Korea formed.
Just before midnight, that President Yoon Suk-yeol announced that he was going to impose martial law, which is essentially a form of military-style government used for extreme circumstances when the civilian government cannot function. It means there's a lot of sweeping restrictions put on people, their right to gather.
Literally, it is the removal of your rights and power given to the military. But how will the emperor maintain control without the bureaucracy? Fear will keep them in line. Well, I mean, poverty keeps them in line as well, Bat Gaz. Isn't the president's wife in trouble for corruption or something? So I've read a lot about that, but so far all I can really see is a very small little nothing burger of there is a legal law that says you're only allowed to receive a $750 limit on gifts or donations or just like money as a politician you could receive, and she was given a like $2,000 handbag. That's the extent of the corruption. I mean, like that is still corruption, and that's still not good. But compared to, I don't know, as an American, if your corruption is going like $1,400 over the limit of how much you're allowed to receive as a gift for a handbag, and it's not even the politician, it's the politician's wife, I feel like that's a bit much lower down on the priority scale versus like corruption we have in the US, whereas Donald Trump is getting $18 million from China right at this moment, and we're going to talk about that later. There's different levels of it, but this was a nothing. Like, I haven't seen anything even worth mentioning on his wife yet so far. And pleasure to see you as well, Batgaz. I'm doing all right today. It's been a pretty chaotic morning.
Politicians and the media, but what was the reason? Well, he cited it was regarding threats from North Korea. Now,
again, like this has shifted over and over again in that they have said North Korea anti-state, anti-democratic. Like people have come in and infiltrated the government, but then they've also said it was the leftists. And what happened? Like, are they gone now? Did the military purge the North Koreans from their government in the like 2 hours of martial law? Are we going to even hear about it ever again? No, probably not.
Between North and South Korea pretty hostile, but there's been nothing in the past few days that would seem as an obvious justification for this decision. What many observers are saying is this was an extreme attempt to break a political deadlock.
No, this is a lie. This was an attempt by the very, very unpopular president of South Korea to hold and maintain power for himself, as he will be voted out next time around. He would have been voted out next time around if this hadn't happened. He was very unpopular, and it related to like a law they were trying to pass, but all of that is like small fries bullshit. You know, the point here is the guy wanted to stay in power. People keep asking what will happen if the world to lead to World War III, to which I say it's already started. Well, I mean, we've been in a Cold War, World War III, for quite a while.
President Yoon Suk-yeol is from the Conservative People Power Party, but the parliament is controlled by the opposition left-leaning Democratic Party, and he's been unable to get the legislation through that he's wanted. The budget
I see. This is what Ilmanism is. Well, we'll have a look at it because we're going to talk about the Koreas in a little bit. We have a lot of nuance to look at inside South Korea, and then we'll look at this as well because this is about North Korean ideology. It seems, right? It's Ilmanism, as in like Il Dynasty or Kim Dynasty. I don't know.
Massively chopped down in size, and there's been a lot of corruption allegations against his administration, including his own wife, for accepting a Dior bag.
Oh, lovely. It's very Nazi.
He announced this decision, martial law, at 11 o'clock. Perhaps it was trying to get the opposition off foot because everyone should have been asleep by that time. The military and police moved in, surrounded the National Assembly.
Ah, cool. Yeah, I'm getting that as I'm reading it, as we're watching this video. Thanks for sending this, Art, because this will be relevant. We'll go into it. Like, I'll stop reading it now so we can read it together.
Seen some pretty violent...
We don't care about this bit. Yeah, all right. The rest of this is like Australia news. That's fine. So, first of all, I want to talk about... It's still remarkable to me that not only did this occur, but I mean, we saw this again, a lot of men and women working together, harmony, in fact, in this case against the attempted, I'll call it a coup, but it was really a martial law declaration. You could take over easily the more this happens. Well, so you'll understand what I mean by this in a second, Batgaz. There is a significant amount of polarization in South Korea between men and women. The larger divide does tend to come down to hyper-educated women versus ultra-conservative culture with the men in the country. Women are mad because they're treated like shit. Men are mad because now there's a huge surplus of single men. The education rate, I can't read Korean, but I'm just going to go ahead and assume that, that it relates to what we read here. This one is interesting, though. Number of first marriages for women in their 20s and 30s has dramatically decreased over I mean, just since 1990, by 333,000 to 71,000. That's a pretty huge drop. But then we look at polling of like attitudes and opinion polls within Korea, whereas younger generations and older generations, both are the majority, want to leave Korea, view South Korea as, quote, hell, more women than men, but both older and younger generations. People born into poverty can never compete with those born into wealth. Almost the entirety of this country agrees with, which is true, as in South Korea is very, very, very heavily industry business oriented. Their culture is very you have to work at one of the larger like Samsung, you know, you take a test in high school whether or not like Samsung will employ you at some levels of economic class, rather. You know, when you're in that class level and you finish school, that's the job that you're aiming for. Women are more anxious about life in the future than men. There is a decent divide overall between men and women and between younger and older generations here. However, the largest divide is really that between men and women in not opinions and attitudes on the government or the country, but on each other. For example, there's a lot of terrorism going on. A feminist, which is, I guess, it's right now it's feminism versus incels in South Korea. Mapped out schools where deepfake CP was created by male students using photos of girls on Telegram. I mean, it's wild. Let all the single men be gay so I can get a boyfriend. Well, I'm sorry, that's not how it works, mate. It's not great. But if we read Ilmanism, right? This is the political ideology of the president of South Korea right now, the ruling party, rather, the conservatives of South Korea. It's a bit wild when you really think about this is the people that are our allies in the democratic government of South Korea. So political ideology of South Korea under its first president, which this conservative party is still like part of the same party that the first president was of. Yes, am I understanding this correctly? As in, Ilmanism is a part of, I mean, it says the Liberal Party. What is the current ruling party of South Korea? That's a good question. Current ruling party of South Korea. I also think so. So currently we have the People Power Party. Well, one people principle, one people doctrine. People Power Party does sound pretty similar to... Is this not? No, I guess. It's not directly showing up in this. Politicians. Yoon Suk-yeol. That is the current... Yeah, okay. So this is the current president. He is absolutely part of this ideology. I mean, this says conservatism in South Korea in general, which this is a conservative ideology and it's not the only one. Let's just go ahead and put this as these are the Tea Party Republicans back in, like, I don't know, 2010 in the Obama days. Let's put it that way. The Tea Party Republicans. Oh, hey, cat piss. So I mean, principles have been likened by contemporary scholars to that of Nazi ideology. Herrenvolk was part of an effort to consolidate united obedient citizenry around really strong central leadership through appeals to ultranationalism, ethnic supremacy. This might not be the actual current official ideology of South Korea's ruling government, but a lot of it definitely comes from this. However, this national identity has been undermined by external forces and their collaborators, and capitalists and communists play such the role today. The Korean people, why is this, I mean, it's explaining ideology, but the narrativization is weird here in how it's written. By restoring unity that they maintained for many years, the Ilmanist principles became the central ideology of Ri's National Association and its successor, the Liberal Party, established in 1951. Ilmanism was based around a 4-point political program, including the elimination of formal discrimination between nobility, the masses, economic equalization of rich and poor through land reform, social and political equality, sexism, and discrimination between North and South. It was effective in creating strong anti-communist nationalism to stand juxtaposition into the effective appeals of nationalism made through the Democratic Front for the Unification of the Fatherland, headed by Kim Il-sung and the Communist Workers' Party of Korea. So nationalists, anti-communists, very like weirdly similar to Nazi ideology. Not great. These people aren't great. And you can see why there's a decent amount of violence in South Korea because of this. It's, again, not just like, it's not the government here. It's mostly a culture war between the people, between men and women specifically. I'm not going to watch the video because this would be like me stealing content, but Hassan did a video on some mobile game that led to a uprising of people out in the streets fighting each other. Because of this in South Korea, I do recommend you go watch that. It's kind of interesting. You should read about Syngman Rhee's political oppression. Well, I shouldn't I? But there's too much to go through today, and he's not exactly relevant now. So we're going to skip that. Although I did enjoy the little bit of political theory, which is what I really actually wanted to do today. Flappy Bird 2.0. I guess, yeah. So speaking of the North, right? The North is in a really good position here. North Korea is now much more economically inclined to continue industrializing. They sell a lot of bombs, for example, munitions to Russia. Their economy is ramping up a little bit as, you know, they buy a lot of stuff from China. They're now being an exporter for the Ukraine war, for a lot of Russia's military effort. And they're also gaining technology from Russia, from China. There's been an increase in their, I guess, power level. Whereas South Korea is fighting itself. They're, as we've covered before, birth rate is going down because South Korean men are unfuckable. And it does seem like North Korea might just unite into one Korea. Not all that far from now. It does seem like they might actually win the war. Oh, wait, I was going to move on to something, but I realized there was a thread that we were supposed to look at. So let me find that thread again. Here it is. Let's have a bit of a deeper understanding of the internal politics of this. So, after it was declared, how close we were to losing the war. Yeah, we were pretty close to losing the Korean War, and America really jumped in and well, actually more than just America, but it really was a mostly US-led effort here, as well as the South Koreans, but they did nearly lose the war back in the day.
특권이라고 하는 규정이 있습니다. 계엄 시행 중에 국회의원은 현행 범인인 경우를 제외하고는 체포 또는 구금되지 않습니다.
Yeah, it's getting more and more complicated. Now that Syria's back on too, it's getting even more complicated. But Japan and Taiwan and South Korea are all US allies. I mean, Japan is our military base as America against, you know, the Chinese. Taiwan is obviously the target to defend here. South Korea is also, by the way, Taiwan makes 96% of the world's advanced microchips. Guess where the rest of them come from? South Korea. So there's a lot of that going on, which, by the way, we're going to get into those microchips in a second because China hit back for our tariffs, which is unsurprising, but it's going to have a decently large effect. And then we haven't even gotten into Syria and the Middle East yet. We'll get there. Too much going on.
Yeah.
Yep, so under martial law, South Korea brought all the media outlets under government control. Again, like, this is how you defend your democracy, by the way. Don't, like, give in like our media did, bent the knee before anything even happened, just complied before the dictator even takes power. Here, no. They'll literally fight the guys that have guns pointed at them and push them away. Saying, no, I'm not going to stop filming. Fuck you. What happened to America that we became so weak? Hundreds of students lost their lives in clashes during the 80s under a similar incident. Military helicopters are landing on the roof of South Korea's parliament. Here we go. I want to see some of the crowds. Do you think, like, in America, right, we had January 6th, which was essentially the right thinking they were doing this. They thought that they were preventing a fascist takeover. Not that they were right, and they're pretty stupid to believe that. And a lot of them also didn't believe that. A lot of them were fully, like, on board with ending democracy. But do you think, like, we're gonna see stuff like this from the left in response to, like, fascistic actions being taken by this administration? No, probably not. UN calls for Israel's exit from Golan, Gaza under fire. Good luck. They are literally still bombing Lebanon after the ceasefire. Yeah, I don't think so either. Aren't. I mean, like, our media probably wouldn't even air this shit until, like, it's too late to do something about it. I mean, they were out in the streets. I am very proud to see, like, people actually protesting. We saw this in Georgia as well, which we'll look into again because they're still going. But on the topic of the North for a second, I just want to bring it into this video. Alleged North Korean operative uncovered in the U.S. We're going to skip around between international and domestic U.S. stuff today, but I'm going to try and mainly stick to international for the first, or rather for the majority of the stream. I'm not sure we're going to get through all of it today.
Police arrested a man living in California on suspicion of sending weapons to North Korea. A newly unsealed criminal complaint that we brought you right here breaking on CBS News 24/7 reveals quite a story, quite a plot here. A Chinese man hid guns and ammunition inside shipping containers, traveled from Texas to California, shipped them off of the shores of Long Beach to North Korea. That document goes on to say that North Korean agents funneled the man some $2 million to buy and then ship the weapons and other technology, including reported uniforms that were, I guess, planning to be used in an attack in South Korea. Federal law enforcement officials are calling this a significant national security investigation.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking significant. How do you manage to do that? Like, how do you, like, guns, ammunition, clothing, that's a lot. Mexican cartels for dirty money? Well, that's, the cartels get their precursor chemicals from China, but those precursor chemicals are really easy to get a hand of, and it like, they can make some of them themselves too. It's just kind of cheaper. Whereas it's like the cartels are complicated here. They're obviously very bad. Drug cartels are generally not nice people. They kill a lot of people, both like inadvertently through their drugs, but also through like direct violence. But their relationship to any of this is such a overused concept, as in, like, they're connected to this from a second or third degree separation, not like directly involved. But I mean, we really want to go to war with Mexico as the states. We want to have those cartel leaders killed so we can hook up the fentanyl manufacturing directly to RFK so he stops going through withdrawals. But like, aside from that, it's not all that connected. Even the, like, manufacturing of illicit drugs and then bringing them into the United States is really a totally different, like, system that functions on mistakes the US government makes in different areas. Talking to a Chinese propagandist said Brazil, a new America, Brazil dominated South America for you, largest Okay, I have no idea what you just said. That was, like, very incredibly incoherent. Could you try that again? First of all, by the way, there are no existing communist countries. The Communist Party of China is not communist. They have a market economy. Brazil is based, I mean, Lula is based. They have not full socialism, but a better government than like a lot of South America does. I mean, they're definitely much better than Argentina. They're more responsible than the government in Brazil because they enforced lockdowns during COVID when Bolsonaro wouldn't. That's true. BRICS is a joke entirely. And hey, certified garbage, welcome back. I haven't seen you in a minute. Cuba is the closest we have to an actual socialist country, but like even them, they lean a bit too far towards authoritarianism and state control, but I don't really consider it properly socialist. But Cuba does all right. I mean, people that live in Cuba now are pretty much a lot better off than they were, I mean, 50 years ago. And Cuba during the pandemic did, I mean, excellent. They were sending doctors to other countries to help with the pandemic. And yeah, family stuff definitely sounds fun. Good to get away from the fire in your life and have a look at the fire that's raging all around the world. So again, this is wild. This North Korean spy sending not only weapons but ammo and gear from the United States. How do you manage that successfully?
We're here today gathered.
I mean, I know we
law
don't
enforcement partners to
catch everything that goes in or out, but like this is going out too.
As an operative for the North Korean government in our country. We are charging a criminal scheme involving this individual and officials with the North Korean government. This criminal scheme involved obtaining in our country military supplies and high-grade technology and then sending those materials illegally to North Korea. The person that we've charged is an individual named Shenghua Wen. He was arrested this morning. We allege that he conspired with government officials in North Korea to obtain military supplies, including firearms and ammunition, to obtain technology.
Someone told me that someone named Maida got you banned or suspended. Yes, this is true. I got a week suspension because of that person, Shang Yang Gang. Also, welcome to the stream.
And then conceal that technology and those materials in shipping containers that departed from the port of Long Beach, and then ship those materials on to North Korea. All of this was illegal.
True. Lord
So much to
Fluffy
cover
Art.
here. CBS News Justice Department reporter Robert Laguerre joins us live. Robert, what more can you tell us about what law enforcement uncovered?
Well, I mean, the FBI, in this case, probably not lying, but don't worry, we have plenty to go into with the FBI, with the new director, Kash Patel, and his literal written out hit list of political opponents to go after. It's remarkable that they just kind of have a published list of people that the FBI is going to go after.
Hey, Reed, thanks for having me. Well, it's important to note at the top here that according to the criminal complaint, when the defendant who prosecutors were just talking about there admitted to this conduct.
This is actually likely a plot from North Korea to try and, I don't know, get guns and ammo and whatnot, whatever they can, whatever technology they could smuggle out of the United States into North Korea. This does, well, I mean, their plan absolutely sounds like McCarthyism, but it also sounds like Nazism, because I've said before, if you go and read a history textbook and look at how the Nazis gained power, the right wing is essentially reading this textbook and going, all right, check that one, next step, check that one, next step, check that one. They skip a couple steps here and there, they make some minor changes, but they are kind of just using the exact same playbook, in almost the exact same order as well. They just kind of condense the time period down.
Both August and September, in a Mirandized interview with federal investigators, admitted to a lot of this conduct. He said he tried to obtain military uniforms in an apparent attempt to help North Korean soldiers disguise themselves in what prosecutors described as a quote, surprise attack on South Korea that never materialized, but according to prosecutors, Wen sought to obtain these uniforms in furtherance of that plot.
It's wild that this came out on the same, 2 hours ago. This is the same day that the president of... You may want to turn up everything. Your audio is at Demon Mama levels of low. Oh, goddamn, sorry. Thanks for the heads up. I'll fix that now. Let me know how this is, first of all. If I need to put it up more, I will. But
Wen came to this country in 2012 on a student visa, overstayed that visa. But before he...
Better, or do you want, both me and the actual, desktop audio up? Because I can do both. All right, that's me up a lot more, but I might get a bit crackly. I'm not good with sound. I really do need a sound engineer to, mess with all my sound levels. Awesome. Perfect. So yeah, but it's wild that this came out on the same day that the president of North Korea South Korea used the idea of North Korean spies infiltrating their government to try and awesome, good to know, to try and like do a military coup. I mean, calling it a coup isn't quite right because it is martial law and there is a difference. But the point of the martial law was to coup the government. What if he was right? I mean, not about the leftist stuff, but like, no, I'm kidding. This is more from the American side. But
he got here, they said he met
again,
twice with China, with North Korean.
How much worse is this going to get when we stop looking for this shit? How much worse is this going to get when the FBI is more focused on going after Kash Patel's list of, political dissidents rather than foreign adversaries? I was outside and I saw a van labeled Australia something, and I was like, is that the CIA agent in the van or Visora chillin'? I was definitely in the van. Anytime you see anything referring to Australia, I'm in there and I'm spying on you. So, outside of South Korea, we also have Georgia.
Continuing in the country.
Now, I've covered this in a bit of detail before, but I feel like it's been long enough that we could use a bit of a refresher. Let's have a look at what's been going on in Georgia, because there's some excellent clips coming out of there. The right wing also want to go back to 1950s when everything, actually they want to go back to like 1798, but yeah. I mean, they want everyone else to go back to 1798. The bourgeoisie will still, the capital class will still get to live in 2025, rich in their high-rise towers with all access to everything that they have, their technology, their servants. Meanwhile, the rest of us are going to starve and live in poverty.
Georgia.
Like I said, it's not Fourth Reich style fascism, it's Russian oligarchy style fascism that we're getting. By the way, this is how you deal with that. This is the protesters in Georgia preventing their country falling into Russian oligarch style fascism. This is how you prevent it.
The European Union, protesters and police clash throughout the country's capital city. Now, polls show that a majority of citizens actually support joining the EU. CNN's Linda Kincaid has this report on the ongoing unrest.
Facing down a row of riot police, a protester in Georgia defiantly waves a European Union.
It kind of sucks because, the Georgians are right, and I would like for them to be able to join the EU, but they are objectively not in Europe.
Flag, a powerful symbol of what's galvanized thousands of protesters in Tbilisi to rally nightly since Thursday.
I'm pulling up a map just to show you how far away from Europe this is.
4 years. Night after night, demonstrators have set off fireworks near Parliament, clashing with police who've responded with tear gas and water cannons. Protesters say the future of the country is at stake. Polls show more than 80% of Georgians support joining the EU, a long-time goal of the country that's enshrined in its constitution.
Yeah, so it's enshrined in the constitution, right? However, I mean, Europe, Georgia, they have Turkey in the middle. Turkey's not Europe either. They're below Ukraine. They're actually further east than Ukraine. But culturally, they are very, very similar to Europe. They're much more culturally similar to Europe than any of the countries in the region, especially with ideology. It's wild. But so it's happening here. We're watching the protests in their capital city, Tbilisi? They said Tbilisi, I think. They said it a second ago. Let me hear that again. Well, Turkey is not Europe. Turkey's part of NATO. They want to be part of Europe, but Europe doesn't want Turkey. They are a candidate. They've been for a while, but Europe doesn't want Turkey to join. And to be fair, the way Turkey behaves, I wouldn't either. We'll have a look at them when we get to Syria. I just want to remember how to say, is it Tbilisi or Tbilisi?
Future of the country is at stake. Polls show more than 80% of Georgians support joining the EU, a long-time goal of the country that's enshrined in its constitution.
Well, the Turks love Europe. Europe doesn't love the Turks.
It's just the fact that my country deserves to be free from the Russian regime that has haunted us for many centuries. And I believe that we need to get into Europe. It's truly what we wanted for many, many centuries.
Gay Mellet, I haven't seen much like from Turkey about uniting Turkic countries. Most of their ideology comes from we hate the Kurds, and like Turkish nationalism in the older, like more theocratic sense, but not quite like full theocracy. Stop talking dumb. You're saying that to literally someone born in Turkey, by the way.
But that path has become less clear lately. Critics say the country's ruling Georgian Dream Party has become increasingly
genuinely full-on like incoherence. What country are you from, Gay Mellet? Like, is it your grammar? Like, I'm not trying to make fun of you here, by the way. If it's literally just your English isn't as good, I'll make do, but I need to know. Turks not love Europe since conquered Eastern Romans 1453. That's not how reality exists. Maybe in your like mindset, but as again, I was born in Turkey. I went to Turkey not only like this year, but several like times throughout my life. I've literally lived in 3 of the major cities. So I think I know a bit more about Turkish culture and Turkish ideology than you do. If Putin hadn't been in power and say Yavlinsky was in power instead, or maybe Navalny took over instead of Putin, would Russia ever be able to join the EU? That's a question that I could not possibly answer because it has so many like possible variations, possible different connotations and contexts. It's a silly question to go into right now.
And in recent years has moved away from the West, deepening ties with Russia, which the party denies. In parliamentary elections in October...
By the way, like, I timed you out, Gay Mellet, because if you don't stop insulting me while trying to have a conversation, I will ban you next time. I'm perfectly willing to talk to you if you disagree with me, but you need to stop insulting me. This is my channel, my stream.
Seen as a referendum on whether to align with Russia or the West, the Georgian
like, you
Dream
can insult
Party
me, just don't start literally every sentence with that, you know?
In a vote the opposition says was rigged. The European
By the way,
Parliament
this was
called it
a
neither
rigged
free nor fair. Opposition MPs are boycotting the new parliament. The country's outgoing president, who supports joining the EU, says she won't step down until new elections are held.
I don't care if they're nice certified garbage. I just want people to be normal. Like, talk to me like a normal human. I am a person, you know?
There is no legitimate parliament, and therefore an illegitimate parliament cannot elect a new president. Thus, no inauguration can take place.
It is brain
and my
rot.
mandate continues until a legitimately elected parliament is formed.
Georgia's Prime Minister says there will be no new
Hello,
elections.
ADHD debater.
He accuses the opposition of plotting a revolution and says Georgia is committed to EU membership despite the delay.
The response is very clear. So we have not suspended anything related to the European integration. It's just a lie.
But the protests are not
All
only...
right, so I think that's enough of like base understanding of what's happening here. Now let's have a look at how awesome these protests actually have been. And by awesome, again, just because I have to say all of this, let me make it clear. I don't advocate for violence, but if you are in Georgia and you're trying to defend your democracy from Russians trying to take over your country from inside the government, this is kind of how you're meant to behave. This is how you fight for your freedom. The bravery of this woman is insane. This is... Oh my god, like she just gets swallowed up. Into the hole you go. The police just reverse gave birth to this woman. They accepted her into their like uterus, it seemed. They just got absorbed in there. But you know, if you're fighting for democracy, it's kind of worth it. By the way, not to say you should do this. In fact, I legally have to say you shouldn't do this, but this might be the funniest caption that I've ever seen. Here is an example of how you de-arrest a friend in a protest. Calling, I don't know, kicking a cop in the head as they arrest a protester de-arresting your friend is excellent. I love that. What do you talk? I never said Turkey needs the Europeans, Salmarus. Don't think that you know everything. I don't live in Turkey either, by the way. You people don't listen to me. And then you make claims based on like a hypothetical shadow version of me in your head, saying things that I haven't said. They're literally right now working against their own common good in Syria. I called them literally, like, they're being stupid by supporting the Assad regime. They're working against their own benefit. They're not working with NATO. They're literally bombing the Kurds right now. You people know nothing. And then you come in here pretending that A, that you know something about something, but B, that you think that you have any idea of my ideology, and then you just throw it out there. You're just vomiting your words. Pay attention. Listen for a minute before you speak. Think. I have a question. I'm on Adderall and I might be kind of new, but I might change to Vyvanse. I've tried both this year, but I rarely remember Vyvanse. I was, TBI, my memory is fucked. I prefer Vyvanse to Adderall. I'm on Vyvanse, but Adderall works for me as well. Adderall tends to be much more shorter acting, and I feel a bit more jittery on Adderall, whereas like Vyvanse lasts longer. It makes me struggle to like be hungry and eat food as often, but it also doesn't get me that like jitter feeling of discomfort on the inside, and it doesn't make me super duper fast like Adderall would. I don't know, the dosages sit better because it's a slow release for the Vyvanse. It's really up to your body. It depends on who you are and which medication, you know, because like some people are really good on Concerta and Ritalin, and I fucking hate Concerta and Ritalin. Cap's speech from the Winter Soldier is good. The price of freedom is high and I'm willing to pay it. If nobody else is, then so be it. I mean, true. Why is everyone so hostile tonight? It's because the topic's ADHD debater. I have Russia and Syria in here, so people are going to jump in with their opinions. Even the last time when we started talking about Syria, instant like Russia defenders, and then there's the general brain rot of, again, people who just like don't listen. Now, also welcome from Canada. So remember the other day when I showed you guys the video of the turret with the fireworks, the most like the coolest thing I've ever seen. Well, here it is from a separate view. We can actually see the guy firing it, but we can also see where it's going. Literally like 300 Spartans having to like sit there with their riot shields getting just eviscerated by this fireworks machine gun from a protester. This is awesome. I want one so bad. I mean, not even to do this, I just want one so badly. The Turks have no desire to assimilate the Kurds, Salmaris. The Turks want to keep the Kurds from taking their land, forming their own country. They want to kill these groups here, I guess. Just for a second, let me go off topic and at least have something to point to. The Turks want all of these people dead. The YPG, the YPJ, the SDF, and the PKK. They are literally bombing the Kurds as we speak, while America's actually working with the Kurds against the Assadists. If you think that like you have a better understanding of these areas' political ideologies, that's valid. You're allowed to think this. Except instead of telling me that you think I'm wrong, how about you tell me why? How about you tell me what you think is correct, and I can tell you that you're wrong, because I'm smarter than you. World War III even closer, it seems like it. We've been in a Cold War for a while, certified garbage, but it's very different than, it's not going to be like World War III the way you imagine it. Imagine if Americans use their fireworks to protest. I mean, again, seeing this in America, I don't think you should do it, but I think I would call it based if I saw this on Twitter. We should have, like, protested harder. We should care more about our democracy. What's the progress been in Syria since last stream? Well, good question, because we were just about to hop over to Syria. I was going to go to Ukraine first, but we can do Syria then Ukraine. So, since last stream, the rebels seem to have gotten much closer to taking Hama. The sides have solidified a bit more. So, I mean, 2 hours ago, Washington's representative of the Security Council, pro-Assad force with the support of Russia, launched attacks on hospitals in Idlib and Aleppo. Yeah, we already know that. The Russians have been hard at work. All right, back here. The Russians have been bombing the shit out of Syria. I think they actually killed Julani, the guy who was leading the rebel forces for the Tahrir Al-Sham. I think he's dead now. But, I mean, they're still going. It looks like they will have taken Hama tonight. And whether they still make it down, you know, they got to keep going through Homs before they get to Damascus. Whereas on the Eastern Front, we have America working with the Kurdish forces like the YPJ, the SDF, really. This is mostly SDF here. Whereas in the north, Turkey is just killing the SDF specifically. Turkish armed forces hit SDF targets. They're more concerned with killing the Kurds than anybody else. And like what I've said again, is this goes against Turkey's own benefit, because if they would just help topple the Assad regime, then like the rebels are not insane. We've been listening to them talking about forming a government. The Syrian refugees in Turkey could return home to Syria if they help topple Assad. But instead, they're working with Iran and Hezbollah. And I mean, Hezbollah is not really even all that involved. Hezbollah's kind of got their own issues to worry about, as well as the Russians. I'm angry at them because they killed the communists. You have no idea what you're talking about. YPJ has no interest in like joining Turkey. I'm well aware of this. But Turkey kills Turkey calls them a terrorist organization. YPJ and PKK do like terrorist attacks inside Turkey, according to the Turkish government. I have no idea where your point even comes from. There's no communists here. None of these people are communists. Not a single one of them. Every single group in this region are insane. They're all psychotic. The only like base level of, okay, well, we can root for this side is the rebels are at the very least talking about forming a working government following getting rid of Assad. That's the only like good thing you can point to. None of these people are good in the region. Do you think that like I like one versus the other? Do you think I like Turkey as a country, as a government? Do you think I like America? Salmaris, pay attention and listen to me talk. Have you seen the meme where Hezbollah declares Israel a terrorist organization? I mean, Israel is doing terrorism. The only difference between a terrorist organization and a state is the legitimacy of the state. And the only difference between a terrorist organization and freedom fighters is whoever is labeling them as such, generally. I mean, obviously, there can be terrorists that are very, very clearly and specifically terrorist death cult ones, like ISIS, for example. That's a death cult of terrorists. And that's different than most other terrorist groups. Most of them are not a full-on death cult. Who is not a terrorist? Is America a terrorist? Yeah, depending on who you ask. Counterterrorism is just terrorism by the government. Yeah. You think that I love Turkey, love America, love capitalism. That's what you think that I believe? YPG love Maoists. Okay, so they're also insane. Maoists are insane as well. Chat, like, shall I just ban this for... How many times do I have to tell you that none of this is my ideology and I think that all of these people are bad and stupid and none of them are communists? None of them are communists. Rojava has some socialist ideology built into the idea. You know what? Fine. Here. Come argue on Discord with all of chat and me at some points. Slur then ban them. No, there's someone in this chat that asked me about Micah who got me banned. It's Shang Yang Gang. What if they're here just to get me banned again? Can't slur them today. Or at least not often. Not over and over again. Alright, let's have a look at Syria. This is gonna be talking about some bullshit in the beginning, so I have to skip it as well. It's not bullshit, it's just like unimportant shit. Donald Trump made a threat to like we will all release all hell on the Middle East if they don't release the hostages. There are no fucking hostages left anyway. Like, Israel killed them all, but... Oh my god, they're never gonna stop talking about these hostages. Why are we talking about Israel? We're supposed to be looking at Syria.
Turning now to the situation nearby in Syria.
Thank you.
The country's army and its allies are
a minute in
reported to have confronted an attack by forces affiliated with the Kurdish Syrian Democratic Forces in the north of the country. Now, this comes after rebel fighters over the weekend took control of most of Aleppo, the second largest city in the country. You're now looking at CBS News senior
If your respect for Israel is increasing, you're in the wrong chat.
Security correspondent Charlie Daggett to help us understand what just happened, Charlie. I mean, I know it's complicated and there's a lot of moving pieces, but bring our viewers up to speed as to how we're now seeing the Syrian civil war come into a new phase.
Yeah, Errol, this has everything to do with
certified garbage. Open that book to a random page, read a paragraph of it, and tell me if it involves America doing something that would be considered terrorism if it was, I don't know, done by Al-Qaeda.
In the region. This has been a simmering civil war for years, so why now? Let's call it a rebel alliance, right? They've been lying dormant for some time, occasionally launching the occasional...
From the river to the sea, Art. You know that's technically, like, I can get in trouble for saying that, depending on the context here. It's fucked up. Australia is such a nanny state.
Attack, but regrouping and rearming. Now two of Syria's main backers are embroiled in their own
I mean,
conflicts.
you'll be
Russia
getting in
and
trouble
Ukraine.
for that in America soon, but...
Not just its military focus shifted there, but manpower and firepower. I mean, recruiting North Koreans. Then you have Iran. Iran is not only engaged in its own regional conflict in Israel.
Oh, fuck you, CBS. I don't need your narrativization. You guys are not accurate.
Iran sent to Syria to prop up the regime. They're experienced fighters, and they've either had to return to Lebanon to fight for their own existence, or their leaders
now mean for U.S. troops.
You.
I think that.
Let's have a look at what the UN has to say. Al Jazeera is like literally the only source you can even pay any attention to when we're talking about the Middle East, because everyone else is so filled with their own narrativization. Israel has nuclear bombs and can invade anyone. Yeah. Turkey is not on the side of Israel. Turkey is like literally so outspoken against Israel that America is declaring them like Hamas supporters. The Iranians should have like backed Hezbollah quite a bit more, but also like they were trying to prevent Israel from starting a regional war, because the Iranians are the only sane group left in the region that didn't actually want a massive regional war. I mean, now that's out the window with Syria back on, but like, I disagree with your entire view of this. The Israelis destabilized the region. Iran tried to keep it from going even further, and now it all fell apart because of Syria. Turkey is not pro-Israel. Turkey is definitely not pro-Syrian independence. They have been supporting Assad going back to the beginning of this war. They've been siding with Russia. Back and forth a bit, but generally siding on Russia. Yeah, from this point forward, I need citations. Turkey is literally killing the people that are fighting against the Assad regime right now, rather than helping the rest of NATO bomb the Assad regime right now. So that's how much support you can see from Turkey for, I don't know, anything on they're on their own side. Turkey doesn't care about the West. It doesn't care about NATO. Erdogan cares about him and Turkish nationalism and getting popularity for himself, getting the will and the mandate to be able to rule again for himself. He just talked about maybe running again, where he technically shouldn't be able to. It is, yeah. A Bible quote, send men to spy out the land of Canaan, from each tribe their fathers shall you send a man, every leader a number among them. Okay, so cool. It's not coherent enough for me to claim as that's just us doing terrorism. But I'm sure if you looked through that book a couple different times, like you tried this on a few different pages, you'll land on something.
It's been a week since the opposition offensive in northeast Syria.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't particularly understand the point of that one, but yeah. Go open that book and you'll find examples of us doing terrorism. Look at Vietnam. Canaan. There we go. Sorry. I've heard the word. It's different when it's written out. I've never had to say it after seeing it like written out before. No, you don't have to. I'm just saying, like, if you did, you would probably find this. There are multiple examples of us doing terrorism. I mean, going back to we don't even have to leave like this year.
Opposition fighters, led by the Hayat Tahrir Al-Sham or HTS armed group, say they've expanded operations against government forces in Hama province, gaining ground to the south of their stronghold in Idlib. Government media says Syrian army forces are engaged in fierce battles in the Hama province and are working on reinforcing lines of defense.
Remember, when we hear about Syrian army, that's the Assadist. We did the first act of nuclear terrorism in history. I mean, true.
Diplomatically, regional powers are scrambling to find a solution. Qatar's foreign
They're
ministry...
not scrambling to find a solution. Everyone defaulted back to their state of the war pre, ISIS being a problem, as in, Russia's currently dropping bombs all over Syria. America's dropping bombs on other parts of Syria. Israel's striking Iranian, proxy groups and Kurds in Syria. Turkey's striking Iranian proxy groups and Kurds in Syria. This is in Syria. I'll actually concede my point to you, Salmaris. I will say in Syria right now, Turkey is siding with Israel in that they're more focused on bombing Iranian proxies, which are just the Kurds. That's what I mean. Well, the Turks don't need to, for Turkey getting a nuclear weapon from Pakistan is not going to happen. That's not, they don't want to leave NATO. They're the second largest military in NATO. Turkey right now has a significant larger amount of influence than it's had in years because of its position, because it is the second largest military in NATO, because it is a shitty NATO ally and, negotiates and works with the Russians often. Turkey also is very Sunni Muslim, so they are very much anti-Iran, closer to that of Saudi Arabia in mentality. They have also gained prominence by being spokenly anti-Israel to the point where Israel claims that Turkey is now the home base of Hamas rather than Qatar. They're not going to leave NATO. That's not happening. Vietnam, 1970s, special forces stuff, Revolutionary War, guerrilla war. Yeah, literally, it's all terrorism if you just switch who does it instead of the state of the United States and just, I don't know, make it Al-Qaeda. That's terrorism. And they can prevent Russian fleet from entering the Black Sea. Well, this is true. The only way, the Russian fleet can go in or out of this area is right through here. I think they're building a second one, but also this passageway is fully under the control of Turkey. No one else gets to decide. There's a treaty going back a long time that, says they have so much more influence right now that no, of course they're not going to leave NATO. Why would they ever? It would not ben. I mean, they're acting against their own benefit now, but they're acting against the country's benefit in not helping form a stable Syria to send the refugees back, because Erdogan doesn't want to send the refugees back. The country does, but it doesn't benefit him to get rid of the people that he gets to complain about regularly. And also, it's used as an excuse to do other things regularly. He gets paid from this. The Syrian refugees being in Turkey make Erdogan money. They might leave NATO if the US does. I don't think so. I think if the US leaves NATO, Turkey will be more prominent in NATO. Maybe, I suppose. It depends on how close their ties with Russia is and how willing they are to work with Russia. If, America's out of NATO and all right, we're going to go pro-Russia. Turkey could go either way. I would hope they wouldn't go pro-Russia, but they realistically could, and if they did, that's a big problem.
Says it's working with partners in the region to end hostilities.
Position has been clear from day one, and it is formulated around making sure that the Syrian people are the center of our policy towards Syria.
And Turkey's president says Ankara is closely
it's Turkey. It's Turkey.
Monitoring developments.
Our greatest wish is for Syria's territorial integrity and national unity to be preserved, and for the instability that has been going on for 13 years to end, with
as in, we support the Assadist regime, is what he's saying.
In line with the legitimate demands of the Syrian people.
As the fighting escalates, civilians are paying the highest price. The UN says nearly 50,000 people have been forced to flee their homes in just a few days, with no indication of when they might return. As opposition groups push further south, government forces say they're ready to continue to repel their advance.
Remember, government forces means Assad loyalist. I think Turkey wants the support of U.S. and not Europe, which is typically critical of Turkey and supports Greece and the Aegean and in Cyprus. Turkey, I mean, the U.S. also does support Greece and the Aegean and the Cyprus. They have options because Turkey is in like, I mean, they used to call it the center of the world. You know, that's where all trade happened. Turkey could lean into China if they wanted to, if they really, really wanted to. Also, much of Turkey's tourism and agricultural exports, as well as textiles in general that they export everywhere, go to Russia. Russia can't leave their, like, there's still sanctions on Russia. When Russian nationals want to go on vacation, they go to Turkey. When they want to buy stuff from international like markets, they buy it from Turkey. The Russian like economy is very dependent on Turkey right now, and Turkey is benefiting massively from this. Could Turkey beat Russia in a war? Absolutely, yeah. I mean, like we talked about the fact that the UK could fuck up Russia in a war as of right now. Turkey could easily. Would they? No, probably not. I don't see Turkey going like into war with Russia. But while we're talking about the possibilities of World War III, which, you know, I still decline to think that it's anywhere near as bad as the rest of you make it out to be. There's been a lot of shit going on with Russia lately. So let's have a look at some of these things. First of all, Putin rejected Trump's peace offer, or rather is to reject Trump's peace offer, as well as Zelensky's peace offer, which I haven't seen any direct acknowledgement from, which is funny. I mean, Zelensky's offer was actually pretty fair in that Russia could keep all of the gains that it made, but Ukraine joins NATO immediately. Not that that's going to happen, but so Putin to reject Trump's peace offer, new Russian conditions, demand concessions from the U.S., not just Ukraine. Kellogg comes to Moscow with his plan. We'll take it and we'll tell him to screw himself because we don't like any of it. The Russian conditions for negotiations, reversal of U.S. support for Ukraine, cease the provisions of advanced long-range weapons to Ukraine. Yeah, like as in they're whinging, it does actually hurt when we use the ATACMS. And have you noticed that even though they threatened nuclear weapons, like 6 times over the last 2 weeks, they haven't used one, even though we're still hitting them with the ATACMS. Remove President Zelensky from power. Territorial concessions. Ukraine must formally see... Jesus Christ, write a book, why don't you? I'll look into that later. Formally cede 4 occupied regions to Russia. Commit to never join NATO. High-level global negotiations. Trump and Putin must meet to discuss general agreement on the global order, security, and geopolitics. Essentially, we own you. Make it known to everyone that we own you. Acknowledge Ukraine as part... Like, this is the demands of Russia, right? Well, what have we talked about before? And if you're here, Bulletproof Bullet, thank you for sending this to me again yesterday over the Discord. We've covered this before, but I just want to... This, by the way, is a declassified CIA document of the sabotage field manual for Russian agents. Let's just want to read some of this to you guys to understand how they actually go about their general interference. Any enemy jets close to U.S. airspace. There's been some flyovers with Russian jets near Alaska a couple weeks ago. So, general interference with organizations and production. There is a section in this for literally everything. So organizations and productions, electrical power, how to sabotage that, how to sabotage communication, transportation and water, batteries and ignition. Like they went off, but insists on doing everything through channels, never permit shortcuts to be taken in order to expedite decisions, make speeches, talk frequently as possible at great length, illustrate your points by long anecdotes, accounts for personal experiences, never hesitate to make a few appropriate patriotic comments. When possible, refer all matters to committees. Bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible. Haggle over precise wording of communication minutes resolutions. Refer back to matters decided upon in the last meeting. Advocate caution and be responsible. Avoid haste. Be worried about the propriety of any decision. Raise the question of whether such action is contemplated lies within the jurisdiction of the group. It is all a way of slowing you down. Demand written orders as supervisor. misunderstand orders, ask endless questions, or engage in long correspondences. Do everything possible to delay the delivery of orders. Don't order new working materials until your current stocks are virtually exhausted, so that the slightest delay in filling your orders will mean a shutdown. Order high-quality materials which are hard to get, and if you don't get them, argue about it. Warn that the inferior materials will mean inferior work. In making work assignments, always sign out the most unimportant jobs first. Insist on perfect work in relatively unimportant product. They go out of their fucking way to confuse any kind of the discourse. And all of this, by the way, like all of this is just in this manual. They literally have a plan for it. There's a full step-by-step guide on how to destroy any kind of rhetorical argument, any kind of political decision-making, and bring it to a standstill. All right, now let me read what you have to say. 2 options. Erdogan tells Trump that I should go 30, 40 kilometers, settle 3 million Syrians there, not touch. He doesn't want to get rid of the Syrians. You, again, are not listening to me. Erdogan doesn't want the Syrians out of Turkey. The people do. The country does. Erdogan does not. Israel will not become friendly with Turkey. Israel is literally calling them Hamas's home base right now. I'm done. I'm done. No, there's no more of this. Either listen to me or fuck off. I can't deal with idiots that think that they know what they're talking about, come in here and argue with me when they don't even listen. Snapchat said about Alaska stuff, yeah, 55 miles away from Russia, a little scary. Nah, they do that kind of shit pretty often. It's mostly just a bit of harassment. They've been doing it with the UK as well. We're going to cover a few of those stories. I mean, they had a Russian ship in the UK channel sitting over internet lines that everyone was monitoring to see whether or not they were going to cut these internet lines and cause issues there. Where there are some internet lines that have been cut, but there's also been jet flyovers close to the UK. That's why the UK's gotten really pissed off and is like, all right, well, fuck it. We'll go to war with Russia. That's why they're in that mindset. I want to read you guys something. From 1994, Ukraine, Russian Federation, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States. Memorandum on Security Assurances in connection with Ukraine's accession to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferations of Nuclear Weapons, 1994. Now, this looks like a lot, right? It's only 4 pages, and I just really want to read this to highlight the things that Russia agreed to and how easily and openly it will lie. Do not trust anything these people have to say. Any possibility this is still part of Putin's plan? Like, I mean, the plans change, Lord Fluffy Art. When you're talking about like geopolitical plans, you have a basic goal and an outline, but those plans change based on constant contextual change. Putin's plan last week and Putin's plan today are very different just because of the reignition of the Syrian civil war. But, so, Ukraine, the Russian Federation, and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America welcome the accession of Ukraine to the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons as a non-nuclear weapon state, taking into the account the commitment of Ukraine to eliminate all nuclear weapons from its territory, blah, 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 blah. Confirm the following. The Russian Federation, the UK, US, and Ireland reaffirm their commitment to Ukraine in accordance with the principles of the CSSCE Final Act to respect the independence and sovereignty of existing borders of Ukraine. Just right off the bat here, 1994, confirmed, like, we will respect the independence and sovereignty of Ukraine. Point number 1, we've already got to Russia lying. What's not letting you send here? Is this Nightbot like blocking you from posting links? I turned Nightbot off on YouTube entirely. I don't know why it's doing this. 2, the Russian Federation, the UK, Ireland, and America reaffirm their obligation to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of Ukraine, and that none of their weapons will ever be used against Ukraine except in self-defense, otherwise in accordance with the Charter of the UN. Again, Russia not only agreed to respect the independence and sovereignty of Ukraine, but to never use any of their weapons against Ukraine, unless it's self-defense, which, you know, they claim to be doing this in self-defense, although, you know, everyone knows that's untrue. Then we get to, in accordance with the principles of the CSFE. Is this? Hold on. What is the CSSE? CFSE, rather. CSCE. Jesus. Do I have dyslexia or something? Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe. Lovely. Okay, so point 3. Refrain from economic coercion designed to subordinate to their own interests the exercise by Ukraine of the rights inherent in its sovereignty and thus secure advantage. So literally, we respect your sovereignty. We will not attack you with weapons. We will not attack you or coerce you financially. Number 4, if Ukraine should become a victim of an act of aggression or an object of a threat of aggression in which nuclear weapons are used, the Russian Federation, the UK, Ireland, and the US reaffirm their commitment to seek immediate UN Security Council action to provide assistance. I mean, we did kind of do that one at the very least. Carter agreed to arms limitations. Bush Jr. walked that back. This isn't about what America agreed to. I'm just saying what Russia agreed to and how openly and easily it will lie. None of these things are promises that it's keeping. It's literally broken every promise here. The Russian Federation, the UK, Ireland, and the US reaffirmed in the case of Ukraine that not to use any nuclear weapons against any non-nuclear weapon state, except in the case of an attack on themselves, their territories, their dependent territories, their armed forces. Russia making nuclear threats is also... I didn't see it. To be fair, that was Yeltsin, not Putin. It doesn't matter whether it was Yeltsin or Putin. This is like doctrine, you know? This is a memorandum of understanding that was agreed to by several world powers and involves the UN. It's not that it matters and not that it's important. It's just a really easy way to show you that they will often say bullshit. I mean, we do this too, right? America will often just yap bullshit. You don't believe government actors just straight off the bat. I don't believe anything America says without like seeing evidence of it first uncritically. It's just the only difference here with Russia is they make military threats that they can't keep. And it's funny, but nobody believes that they can't they can't keep these threats. No one believes that they're bluffing. And I'm just trying to show you that their whole strategy is just to lie, bluff, confuse, and demand things and hope that the lying, the bluffing, and the confusion lead to them being given what they're demanding. Now, Turkey has since claimed northern Cyprus in 1974. Yeah, well, that is like a thing. Turkey has claimed half of Cyprus as Turkey, whereas the other half of Cyprus is Greece. All of Cyprus is Turkey, by the way. Just my personal, like, out there opinion. Sorry, Dad, if you're watching. I know you're going to get mad at me for that one. Now, we've also had the arrest of a Russian agent in the United States. So, Noma Zarubina, FSB codename Alyssa, has been arrested after being part of not only a lot of discourse in the United States, but also Canada, the West. She is an FSB agent. She was working as a non-profit member to essentially just spy. You should know that Yeltsin probably meant it, given how weak Russia was in the 1990s. Russia did probably mean it when Yeltsin wrote that. It's just how quickly people will flip on their, like, Russia changes their doctrine literally all the time. Hell yeah, spy war time. Well, I'm telling you, this has been we've been in a fucking Cold War. It's been spy war time. We haven't even gotten to Finland yet. So these are all like different photos of this spy. How Russia got beat by Chechnya. Yeah, Russia has been weak. Their only thing is their nuclear threats. What's her major? Well, I mean, we could just Wikipedia her real quick. I was gonna pull up a bunch of stuff on her in the thread, but for just a quick wow, why is the first media like source to come out the Moscow Times? That's not what I want to see. Wait, is this a psyop? Because all of the news sources are like non-credible Europe, like Eastern Europe, Moscow Times, Russian sources. Is this a psyop? Like, I know this person on Twitter. Okay, let's just read this first, and then we'll decide whether it's a psyop. So let's keep this in the corner of our heads. What has she written? I'm deeply honored to speak at the Forum of Free Nations of Post-Russia held at the iconic parliament of Hill something, I guess, in Ottawa, Canada, together with the esteemed experts in politics, security, human rights, scientific research. We united to bring this significant event to life in an inspiring setting. Among the remarkable participants were Anna Fotyga, a former member of the European Member of Parliament and Minister of Foreign Affairs for Poland. Cool. Love that. Let's see this. I provided Zarubina with the names of individuals at a US-based think tanks and other organizations, instructed Zarubina to obtain information about those individuals and others to reach out to them based on my review of photographs posted on Zarubina's public social media profiles. I know that Zarubina took several photographs in around June 2021 of herself and others at SPIEF. What's SPIEF? S-P-I-E-F. What is this? Ah, yes, the definitely some weird shit going on here. SPIEF is the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. That's what that is. So, where were we? These included photographs of Zarubina with prominent business leaders, including founder of Canada Eurasia Russia Business Association. This really could be a psyop. Moreover, based on my review of the contents of Zarubina's cell phone pursuant to a judicially authorized search warrant, I know that on or about June 3rd, 2021, and consistent with the FSB Officer 1's directive to make contact with journalists, Zarubina took a photograph of the contact information of a producer at a German public state-owned international media company. It's inaccurate to say Russia agreed to something, policies especially... Well, okay, fair enough. The government of Russia agreed to this and backed out of it. It was more just an example of, again, they will often say something and do another thing. Sorry, no, certified garbage is me replying to Art, rather. And in reference to the, document, the CIA, redacted spy sabotage document, it fits in the narrative. That's my point. It all fits in the same narrative. They use the same strategies and techniques, regardless of whether it's today, whether it's back then, whether you're going back on the word of a former president, whether you are just throwing bullshit out there, one way or the other. Yeah, I did say that. We also do this. We also, America backing out of the Iran nuclear deal is the reason Iran has nuclear weapons right now. I agree with that. But we don't have a document that, at least I don't have a CIA document that I can read of how the CIA makes it impossible for you to have any sort of discourse or get anything done. I do have the Russian documents of that, and we've covered quite a lot of Russians doing some really not great shit. So I feel like that might be where my head's at first time. Welcome, Chatty TV. I'm recommended to stream. He's a great guy himself. Highly recommended raiding him back if you have the chance. I've never done a raid before. Oh, hello. Holy shit. You guys, came in. Welcome. So, getting back to whether or not this is real or not, because, again, looking up this woman, all of the news sources are very... They're far too Moscow-y to me. We're covering an FSB agent that was arrested in the United States for spying, charged by the FBI for lying about taking direction from the FSB. I mean, if the FBI arrested her, sure, but I still, even just find me, a news article that isn't the Moscow Times, Radio Free Europe, nothing. This really, that's what makes me think, is this a psyop? She's not an FSB employee just for direction. Well, she probably is. That's the thing. I mean, she has a code name, according to the documents. Anyway, let's get through. So, Noma Zarubina was collecting photos with current and former officials like Pokemon, wearing NGO bona fide. She had also showed up at a lot of events with prominent exiles from Russia and figures from Ukraine. Mikhail Kordovsky is a Russian opposition leader, a writer, former political prisoner in Russia. So she's taking a picture of him in 2023. This is in 2024 of a, I guess, protest in front of a Russian consulate. Meeting with Michael Belay, young professionals of the U.S. Chambers of Commerce. So she's been around. So Zarubina's story follows from investigation of Elena Branson. Branson fled to Russia in 2020 after the Russian center New York was raided. Branson got a lot of charges, including acting as an illegal agent. Zarubina worked for the Russian center in New York and was close to Branson. Isn't Radio Free Europe like a Western thing? Yes, but I don't necessarily trust that news source as much. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen enough to find them trustworthy, but it doesn't matter. We're getting the press release from the FBI here. Agent is a word that you can use lightly. Yeah. I mean, agent in this case is whoever the FBI declares as is working for a foreign government. Whether this is a psyop or not, I don't know. I don't really think it matters. The thing is, we just covered a North Korean spy that was sending guns, ammunition, clothing from California to South Korea in order to try and do like a terrorist attack in South Korea. We have like Russia out there cutting internet cables. All of this is fucked. And as America, we are pretty okay with foreign interference. This is like the FBI doing the last bit it can before the Trump administration comes in and just says, all right, we can be like fully foreign owned now. Funny enough, as a globalist myself, Donald Trump might end up making the US work a much more global way. It's not in the way that I wanted to, in the exact opposite of the way that I wanted to. However, still a globalist system might come out of that. Also, Mikhail Kordovsky is a former oligarch that got arrested for embezzlement. I mean, I'm sure he got arrested for embezzlement, sure, and oligarchs are pretty bad. But the fact that Putin arrested him makes me think that he was not on Putin's side. And I hate oligarchs, but I very much hate like Putin more, and really most of the entire government of Russia. So I'm willing to work with oligarchs that ran away. I won't give them any power. I don't think they should. I honestly think they should be in jail, but I'll work with them to get rid of the people in power. I love Radio Free Europe. Seems like I went back during the Cold War. I suppose we can check it out. I haven't really looked at it in a while. Let's see what their coverage on this is after this. So we can actually open the case file too. I will link this in the chat if any of you actually want to see it. There you go. But we'll read this section here. So Elena Branson allegedly and willfully evaded FARA, a Foreign Agent Registration Act, registration for nearly a decade, working to advance the interest of the Russian government while receiving tasking and funding from high-level Russian officials. Again, like, it's not like this is the first example. We had Tenet Media, so Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Lauren Southern, there's like 6 of these people, all Russian agents. I mean, very clearly, we're not safe from foreign interference. This was in 2022, so what were the charges? I want to see the charges she was hit with. U.S. attorney said, as alleged, Elena Branson, a dual U.S.-Russian national, actively subverted foreign agent registration laws in the U.S. in order to promote Russian policy and ideology. The Russian government, at its highest levels, up to and including Putin, have made known that aggressive propaganda and recruitment of the Russian diaspora around the world is a high Russian priority. In connection with this pursuit, Branson is alleged to have corresponded with Putin himself and met with high-ranking Russian ministers before founding a Russian propaganda center in New York City, the Russian Center in New York. Branson's promotional outreach included I Love Russia campaign aimed at American youths, exemplifying her attempts to act at the behest of the Russian government. Again, we have Tulsi Gabbard on top of this as well, our new director of the CIA, very much also a Russian agent. In Poland, we have watched state TV, and at night we listen to Radio Free Europe. Doesn't sound fun, honestly. Sounds pretty unfortunate. I would not be getting my news from state TV, even if it was decent. I mean, not alone. You can still listen to it and the Radio Free News. It's just the idea of you need to like really think about it now. All of the news media everywhere in the world, no matter what country you live in, has been lying to you for a very long time, but is now going to lie to you much more overtly. I'm not saying you should ignore it. Marxism is theft, which, how many accounts are you going to make? It's not about ignoring it. It's about analyzing it. It's about not taking them at their word. In the US, you can't ignore MSNBC or Fox. True, you have to hear both sides, which is what we do on this channel. I play both right-wing and left-wing media, and I call them both bullshit. It's just the left-wing media was less bullshit, and now it's becoming more bullshit. I have ideas. I'm sure I'm wrong. US should hire private intel companies better than the CIA. I hate private anything. Certified garbage. So I'm not going to advocate for literally private anything, let alone privatization of intelligence agencies. There are really people listening to Radio Europe. I don't know. I like I said, these are the only sources that really come up when you look into this Russian agent being arrested, except for the actual FBI like notification. This is quite new as well. I mean, this happened just last night. It's just Radio Free Europe, the Moscow Times, Medusa, the Express. It's all of the sources are coming up on the first page, and news are making me think there's something wrong here. United 24, like these are not proper news sources. These are like Russian news sources. I'm thinking, is this a psyop or is this real? But also the FBI has arrested. So this is still, okay, so now we actually get to our person, because this was referencing Branson, not Zarubina, who is what we're talking about. Well, yeah, Yared is a capitalist. Of course he's going to talk about privatization, but I do not privatize the fucking intelligence agencies, please. It's already bad with the fact that Russia owns them all. What you got censored again, Art. Sorry. Fucking Nightbot. Hold on, I'm just going to turn Nightbot off entirely. I had all of the censorship off, like all of the moderation off, but it's clearly still going to censor you on YouTube. I don't know why it's doing that. In Poland, we knew state TV was propaganda, but we knew we had to listen to it. Well, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. We're going to have state media in America very soon. Fox News Alert Immigrants. You can link me if you want. In that they're going to bring out Truth Plus, the new state media that's coming. We've covered it before, whereas they're already, all of the different servers are ready to launch. Trump's own like brand of Truth Plus state media is still going to be important to watch, just like it's important to watch Fox News. Now we can watch it for like half a second, read through the like bullshit and say, these people are Hitler, and then move on. But you still need to have that set step where, you know, you see what they say, you're like, okay, Hitler, and then you move on. Yes, so Trump TV. Essentially, yes. You just wait until they combine Twitter with True Social, and then everyone has to go to Blue Sky. I mean, 2 propagandas are better than 1, I guess. Who knows? So, conspiracy to act as an agent of a foreign government without notifying the Attorney General from at or at least about 2011 and up to and including the presence in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. Elena Branson, aka Elena Chernik, the defendant, and others known and unknown willingly conspired, blah, blah, blah. Come on, I want to see the bit about Zaruma. Here we go. Now we get to Zaruma. District of New York with, among other things, acting on the behalf and at the direction and control of the Russian government in the United States in violation of the Foreign Agents Registration Act 18 U.S. Code 951, and conspiring with others to do the same. So Branson's still not arrested. Noma Zarubina, aka Alyssa, the defendant, both worked for and shared a close relationship with Branson. Zarubina was born in Tomsk, Russia in September 1990, immigrated to the U.S. in approximately 2016 after receiving a graduate degree, there's your question for her degree, from the Russian Academy of National Economic and Public Administration. As reflected in one of Zarubina's public social media profiles, she worked as a political affairs officer. During her initial voluntary interview with the FBI, confirmed that she managed the public-facing website of the RCNY. Still watching Fox now, MSNBC. I still have definitely deja vu. MSNBC got significantly worse. They bent the knee, and they also are bankrupt, so they're kind of, all of the media just submitted to the fascists. They didn't even try. There was no like middle space. It was Trump won, and then suddenly there was no left-wing media. There never was. There is no war in Ba Sing Se is what became reality immediately after within the media. Revolutionary sentiment shown. Well, if you were watching from the beginning and you got to see South Korea and Georgia and inside of fucking Syria, and we still haven't gotten to France yet, you might disagree with that. Fox. So, based on my participation in this investigation, including my communications with other law officers, I learned, among other things, as described below, Zarabina was identified by the FBI as an individual potentially involved in activities of Branson and others, based in part on her close relationship. Zarabina initially denied having any involvement or contact with the FSB, when in fact she would later admit Zarabina had communicated with FSB Officer 1 on numerous occasions, including with respects made to Zarabina by FSB Officer 1. So she admits that she actually was working as a Russian agent. Fox News is Trump TV, but we're going to have Trump TV Plus, you know? You have to have the plus at the end. During this initial interview, FBI agents asked Zarabina whether she had ever had any contact with members of Russian security or intelligence services. As we just said, she said that she did towards the end of the interview. Asked agents what type of charges the FBI was considering as to Branson. Doesn't matter. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. During the same interview, Zarabina was also asked whether she had any contact with Russian intelligence services in her recent trips. Similar to her earlier response, Zarabina stated that she attended college in Russia with classmates who went to work for Russian intelligence services, but that she did not know them well enough and was not in contact with them. When asked again whether she had any contact with Russian intelligence services during her recent trip to Russia, Zarabina stated that her only contact with the Russian government on that trip was a contact with the Russian Health Department in connection with COVID travel procedure. On August 15th, FBI agents again met with her. She had worked on 2 Russia-affiliated NGOs, and that her function within the NGOs were to make contacts, build connections with important people. Zarabina also stated that she had recently again traveled to Russia, where she again met with Branson, who's the other person the FBI wants, who asked Zarabina whether she had any additional information on the status of her case. Kind of making me think not a psyop anymore. This seems a bit more in it. This is funny though. The FSB calling this network marketing. Zarabina agreed to work with the FSB with network monitoring. Sorry, marketing rather, not monitoring. Where is that statement in here? Here we go. This is the last page we haven't read. So, yep. During that same interview, stated that the FSB officer whom she previously had interviewed on her recent trip was in fact FSB Officer 1, and she had previously withheld FSB Officer 1 name from the FBI. She stated when she first met with this FSB officer in December of 2020 in Tomsk, they wanted her to map out networks in the U.S. and find ways to take advantage of her useful contacts. Zarabina agreed to work with FSB Officer 1, signed an agreement to help the FSB with network marketing, and assigned codename Alyssa for use in internal documents. It's just a little networking. We're just socializing, guys. Yes, it's like Netflix and chill. Were they banging? Are they talking? Is this espionage? What happened to the good old days of like spycraft, where you would have your car that turns into a boat, and you would like, I don't know, get real close to like a world leader and then just like shoot the camera that's next to them that was actually a gun that was about to shoot. Like, what happened to the good old days? I want cane guns again, all right? I want men walking around in tailored suits with canes that are guns. I want hairbrush guns. I want radios that are fucking textbooks. I want all of it back. Bring back the good old days of spycraft. Good old James Bond days of spycraft. Yeah, that shit's interesting. I want, like, we're in like Archer level of spycraft now, where everyone has no idea what they're doing. They're constantly messing up, and it's just make it work in the last minute. All right, fuck, we fucked up. How do we fix this? Our GOAT spy agencies are so washed. You're so correct. If our spy agencies weren't washed, Israel wouldn't have got as far as it did. I said this at the beginning of the war. The CIA can't even do a coup these days. So fucking true. What happened to the days where we could, like, not to say that I like this, by the way, we shouldn't have couped the South American countries, but if our CIA wasn't cooked, why didn't we just, like, the lights didn't go out in Israel, like, a week after the genocide started, and suddenly Netanyahu was replaced with someone that actually did what America wants them to? How about, Russia? We could, if our CIA, like, from 30 years ago, that level of, like, competence existed in today's CIA, just send 6 guys to Russia, we'll take out the Kremlin. Send 7 guys to fucking Ukraine, and they'll win the war, they'll set up all of the government so they can't, like, the end of the war doesn't leave a power vacuum and it doesn't go shit. Send a couple more guys to North Korea, we'll take them out there. Like, it's so easy. We could take out the North Koreans by airdropping some fucking, like, I've said this before, just projectors of, like, gay porn, interracial gangbang porn. Just drop porn on North Korea in Pyongyang, play the ad at the end, hot singles in your area want you, all you have to do is kill the supreme leader, bam, North Korea's gone, done, off the table. It is so embarrassing that, like, we can do nothing anymore. We couldn't coup Cuba these days if we tried. What if I got seduced by a dami mommy who was Russian agent, like that one chick from The Boys who had her shit all over Frenchie? Then you are weak. And aren't you gay? How are you going to be seduced by a hot dami mommy? Wouldn't it be, like, the other way around? CIA needs to hire all the Gen Z kids. All the Gen Z kids are fucking Adolf Hitler now. Yeah, they would be on that shit. That's what I mean. The fact that we are so cooked is not a matter of whether or not we have the ability. It's that we don't care enough. We don't put the effort in. You're pansexual. Well, but then fair enough. Don't get caught by some Russian agent being a I can't remember that character's name from The Boys. You didn't know what, certified garbage? All right, so yeah, this Russian agent arrested in America. Great, lovely, love to see that. Just want to check to see if there's any recent movement going on here. Last 3 hours ago, cool, nothing has changed, love that. Gen Z are all commies? That's not true at all. That's not true at all, certified garbage. Sir, the fucking anyone under 18 these days, young people have moved progressively to the right, not the left. And it's because of social media. We've talked about this. All right, well, in the well, that's pretty common. That's kind of what everyone does, is I talk and nobody listens. Lessons learned from the history of the CIA. The CIA and the KGB used sex tapes to overthrow President Sukarno. Yes, we did. We did a lot of shit, man. We did a lot of shit. Meanwhile, this happens, and what are we doing about it?
Now, the German Defence Minister, Boris Pistorius, has described the severing of 2 fibre optic cables under the Baltic Sea as an act of sabotage. Now, according to media reports, the Danish Navy was shadowing a Chinese cargo ship that left the Baltic after...
Logo the Posadas, I kind of agree with that, in a way. Well, no, Art, I know you're not Hitler, and you know that I'm not calling every single person that is under the age of 18 Hitler. I'm being euphemistic and hyperbolic in saying the vast majority of your age demographic has moved to the right. Be a little charitable in how you, like, understand what I'm saying. I know you know what I mean. I know you know what I mean. You listen enough.
Cables were cut. Pistorius says the damage appeared deliberate and could represent an act of hybrid warfare.
Undersea cables like this...
It's almost certainly deliberate. At least I'm seeing some claims that the second cable might not have been deliberate. It was cut on land in Finland by an excavation company that is foreign and not really looked into all that deeply. However, definitely at least one of these is sabotage. This has been going on all over the world. They've done this in the East by like the Koreas, they've done this in the English Channel. I'm 20, so I'm just Mussolini and not Hitler. I mean, Mussolini is just lazy Hitler, but like, come on, you guys know what I mean. Young people have shifted to the right. That was the point. And we do need more like hot women that are capable of being violent, which we're getting, because the rates of Americans buying guns recently is actually, I'm gonna pause this for a second and find the statistics. Is very funny. How many women are buying guns after the election? Yeah, I told everyone that you should get a gun after November 5th. Not to say that, like, you might need to use it, but you should get a gun and know how to use it. Gun sales were going up prior to even just election day. Hold on, it's still loading. Come here. I mean, fair, Art. Women were more pro-gun than men before the election. That shit went through the roof now. This is true. I've been telling you people, like, regardless of whether or not you like guns, the right wing have all of the guns. So in a situation of violence, do you want the Nazis to be the only ones with guns, or would you rather have some of your own? In the first 4 months of 2024, American dealers individuals sold nearly 5 million firearms, 5.5 rather, about 1.5 million per month. Approximately 16 million were sold in the US in 2023, actually down 4% from the year before. Texas, Florida, and California led the nation in total gun sales. Montana, Wyoming, and Alaska had the highest gun sales rate in 2023. Gender? Women. Really? I bet you it's still in here. No, fine. What about you? Women? No? Ladies? No? God damn it. Fuck you people. Anytime I look for something, I can never get it. I can never get it. We need a gun for the revolution, comrade. Well, here's what I mean, Desert, in that I don't think that the left is going to start a revolution in the United States, not a physical violent one. However, I do firmly believe that there will be a violent revolution in the United States in our lifetime. I think it'll be the right that starts it. And we've talked about this before. Definitionally, when the right does a revolution, it is to install authoritarianism, fascism. It is a rightward shift revolution. Now, in the context of a right-wing revolution, the most beneficial way that we can go about it, the highest odds of success for the socialist like me, is A, have guns and know how to use them to protect yourself. B, have community, talk to your neighbors, make friends, go run for your small local elections, your state legislature, the more people are in positions of power that talk about socialism, decommodification, for example, people like AOC and Bernie Sanders going and talking to the DSA on the local level. Obviously, a third party is never going to win a federal election, but the Democratic Socialists of America hold 50 seats right now in state legislature. The more of these people exist, the more credibility, a resistance to the fascist uprising there will be. The higher the chances of us making a gain, us flipping the revolution away from them and actually using it to install socialism exists. Is this likely? Not really. Obviously, the chances of us winning this are lower than them because they are much more organized. The left infights constantly and we don't have the guns and a lot of you won't buy them. But if we want the highest chances of success, we need to be in places of power and influence with socialists prior to the right wing doing its violent uprising. I don't see the left starting a physical revolution in America. As long as people aren't buying a gun or a knife and looking to use it, yeah, I want you to buy a gun and learn how to use it for self-defense. If you're a woman, I want you to buy a gun. I want you to look at your state laws around hollow point bullets. Hollow point bullets are the ones that expand when they enter your body, so they're less likely to go out the other end, ricochet, and kill someone else if you're firing, let's say, in your house. You need to treat the gun like a gun. That's really the difference. It'll be a cultural revolution, but instead of Maoist Trumpism, well, it'll be a cultural revolution, but the right wants a violent revolution. Sleep was good today? Yes, it was, Wardega. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've covered this before. The right wants a revolution so bad that they're calling in bomb threats on Trump's cabinet picks. All of the bomb threats that were called in on Trump's cabinet picks came from the right because, again, they wanted Fourth Reich fascism, and they're mad that they're getting Russian oligarchy fascism instead. They're not happy with it. So they're mad at all of the different Zionists Trump picked, all of the different pro-oligarchy, not pro-Fourth Reich picks. They're not happy about that. And they're going to start their own revolution from this. Most anti-gun laws in Europe were made by Nazis for obvious reasons. Yep. Imagine going to war against Elon's mercenary army. You mean a bunch of chuds that just go on Twitter and have to AI themselves to look somewhat okay with their own body in a way that they won't cry about it? Every one of these people are fucking losers. To be a fascist, to be like deep in the conservative side, but to be a fascist, to be a Nazi, you have to be a loser. It requires insecurity, sexual insecurity. It requires weakness. It requires a lack of ability to feel uncomfortable. And this leads to reactionary thinking, reactionary behavior, reactionary ideology. And all of that is foundational to this. Congressman, your Congressman, Matt Gaetz. Oof, sucks. Pedo Matt Gaetz is gone. Yep, covered that. He's gone. Funny enough, he got himself out of Congress thinking that he would be able to just be the AG. They would skip the hearing. Now he doesn't get to be AG. He's not in Congress. And obviously the hearing didn't come out, but everyone knows he's a pedophile. Who do you prefer, Harris or Trump? I mean, Harris, obviously, but I think they're both horrible. Neither of them are good. Those laws make it easier to push people around with an armed force. True. Got to use it. Train with it. Pistols too. What do you think about Georgia? You should go back earlier in the stream. I covered that pretty extensively over the last few streams that I've had Wardega. But based. In fact, hold on. Actually, one thing I really just want to show. I will never get over this. And those of you that were here earlier, I'm sorry. You're going to see it again. But I'm sure you're not going to complain at the level of how fucking awesome this is. This is how you defend your democracy, with a goddamn turret of fireworks. That's a gun. That's how you use your gun against the fascist Russians that are trying to take your democracy from you. Bernie is not going MAGA supporting Doge. You've misunderstood the subject. Bernie has always been very open to taking a bad faith argument from the other side and just acting as if it's good faith to get his goals out of it. Bernie wants to defund the Pentagon. Are they going to do this? No. Will he pretend that he even gives a shit about what Elon Musk has to think in the hopes of, well, maybe this little bit of glazing might actually allow me to have some power? This is the issue, by the way, with the right, is the moment that you try and gain power, the left rather, the issue with the left, we are so fucking allergic to gaining power. The moment you do anything in a strategic way that is like a propagandist, Bernie saying Elon might be right about the Pentagon turns into Bernie going MAGA by supporting Doge. Instead of anyone using any little amount of critical thinking that they have, thinking about the things that Bernie Sanders said and believes and still continues to say, and thinking, I wonder if he's trying to trick the moron who is Elon Musk. The guy is literally like a retard. He's a window licker, speaking from someone who deals with these types of idiots all day. Elon Musk is up at the very top of the list. Tricking him, not all that difficult. You underestimate my willingness to bitch. Critical thinking in 2024? I fucking know. That's why I honestly, just call me the mother of critical thinking at this point. That's my main point. I want you to do some introspection. I want you to sit, feel uncomfortable by something and not do anything about it for 5 minutes. a day, maybe. Go like make yourself uncomfortable and sit there 5 minutes every day. Just do it. Just like Stalin, an insecure man, sexually insecure. Yes, Fox. I mean, whether he was sexually insecure or not, I'm not particularly all that read on Stalin's sexual proclivities, but he was definitely insecure and weak in his like own mind. I don't know. It's annoying. But again, that's so cool. Oh. All right, so back to the Cold War, the second Cold War.
This one are critical for carrying communications between countries. The apparent sabotage.
Karen, you're already wrong because the Georgia protests aren't about NATO. They don't even have anything to do with NATO. Not even close. They're about the EU. Educate yourself before you come in here and make claims, please. Where I don't care what their religious like proclivities are, the vast majority of Georgia does not want Russian power. They want to be Europe. They're not looking to be part of NATO at all, by the way. Asians love homemade guns. Have you? Yes, I have. Have you guys seen the 3D printed weapons that the rebels are using in Myanmar? That shit's wild. They have like open source weapons. Would it be possible to invite you for a coffee? Probably not. And also, like, what country are you even in, mate?
A morning hit the Sea Lion 1 cable that runs under the Baltic between the German port city of Rostock.
All right, I'll say this. Yes, but only if you are a very attractive woman and you live in my country.
And the Finnish capital Helsinki. Officials from Finland and Germany have said the incident was very unlikely to be
Thank you, Art,
accidental.
for the clarification.
Nobody believes that these cables were cut by mistake. I don't believe...
Even the one... I mean, I'm bi, but right now I prefer women by a lot. So out of these two examples, specifically in this region that we have, because this has happened over a couple weeks now. We had one happen today and one 2 weeks ago. One of these is being claimed to not actually be sabotage because of a break in Finland on land through an excavation organization that were doing construction and accidentally broke the line. However, any organization, like a foreign company, it wasn't even a Finnish company, by the way, that was doing this construction. So I don't necessarily trust that this is still not sabotage. Everyone can be a woman. I can live in your country for a day or two. So it's, I mean, depends on how pretty you are. I am a little bit of what's the word? Shallow in that? I'm a man and I don't live in the US, so maybe a tea. Why do you all want to go out for a tea or coffee with me? God damn, learn some critical thinking instead of simping.
Poland, Italy, Spain, and the UK said Moscow's
yeah, exactly. An excavator company cut it. They say it's by accident, but that excavator company, I don't believe that they're not working for the Russians. I don't believe that there's not some fucking around going on behind the scenes there, Elden Lore Order. There is almost certainly. It wasn't even a Finnish excavator company. That's the issue, you know?
Activities against NATO and EU countries are unprecedented in their variety and scale, creating a significant security
I'm also
risk.
actually not that shallow. I just like, I act up my personality traits are louder on stream than they are in person.
This comes just one day after a similar underseas cable between Sweden and Lithuania.
Oh,
was
I know you're
damaged.
not simping for me.
That cut Lithuania's internet capacity by 1/3. Similar
Yeah, this was
incidents in
huge,
Africa
by the
have
way.
caused internet blackouts in the past. There are many more such cables in the seas around Europe. Authorities in the region are on high alert.
And we can get more on this from...
Now, understand, first of all, Mordega, that's kind of racist. Don't say just Russians are all alcoholics. Most Russians drink alcohol, but I wouldn't, even I will not be okay with that. We could talk about how we join the CIA and do black ops to snipe all those evil fascists and we will save the world. I mean, if only that's how the world worked, Fox, if only. Besides the lines being cut here in between Finland and Germany, we've also, again, had a Russian ship sitting over the internet lines in the English Channel. We've had a Chinese ship dragging its anchor in the Pacific towards internet lines until it had to get literally blocked off by American warships. Who will be president if Putin dies? If it depends on like if Putin dies of natural causes or if like we just assassinate Putin. There's different answers for that. I've put out my theory that if we manage to assassinate Putin and most of the Kremlin leadership, the country of Russia would fracture into 3 or 4 different ethnic group based city states almost. Not city states, but proto states. 10% of people in the US age 12 and over have alcohol use disorder in the past year. Okay. If you're going to be factual about it, then you can say it. Thank you, ADHD debater. As long as you can back it up with facts, I'm not going to complain.
Kadri Leak, a senior policy fellow.
Well, the idea would be to kill Putin and most of the leadership around him. Again, I still think we can just send 7 guys and do this, like with the CIA. Even our shitty, like cooked, weaker than it was 30 years ago CIA could still do this.
Council on Foreign Relations. Kadri, let's assume that this was sabotage.
Like a D&D campaign.
About the benefits of disrupting communication networks. How does this help whoever's done it?
Well, if it is Russia behind it, as many people suspect, then that would probably be messaging. I mean, for Russia, it is a dangerous moment in its war in...
I mean, I'm not a trained spy and assassin, but I really do feel like I would instantly get murdered at the entrance to Russia and not make it there. I feel like maybe some trained specialists might be the way to go there, Fox. Also, Russia's cold. I get cold easily. I hate the winter. I'm the type of person that I want like a lizard's red heat lamp hovering above me at all times during the winter. So fuck that shit. There's a reason I'm in Australia where it doesn't snow and it's hot. Even in the, well, it's not hot in the winter, but it doesn't snow and it's hot in the summer.
In Ukraine.
I'm built for heat.
Advancing, but there are ceasefire proposals on the horizon, so Moscow would obviously want to push the West to agree to a ceasefire in Moscow's terms.
Only if I get the hallucinogenic lipstick that River Song gets in Doctor Who. I'll do it if I can have hallucinogenic lipstick.
And it can hope that President Trump
that sounds fun.
Might come close to that, but it is quite clear that European countries have different views. So in that context, I would take that as a signaling that don't try to push your terms on us. You are vulnerable.
Okay. Again, as I've said on multiple occasions, the Russians ain't got shit except for threats and cyber bullshit, backhanded, behind the scenes, half-assed warfare. All they can do is this kind of shit. You get the fancy watch. That's all good, Fox. We can do this. We got this. Let's take Putin out. Me and you are the same. Florida is hot as shit. Isn't it like snowing in half of the US right now by like a lot? It's like getting 5 feet of snow in New York State or something I saw. I prefer colder climates because I'm white as fuck. Well, I'm Turkish. I'm literally built for Mediterranean climate, which is my favorite, by the way. It's just like, I don't want it too cold. I don't want it to get too hot. I don't like it when it gets like 100 degrees here. I don't like it when it's in the high 90s. I just want it to be like 74 Fahrenheit to like 86 at all times, day and night. That's perfect for me.
And what about the consequences? I mean, what kind of disruption does this create for both people and governments?
Well, internet cables, there are, of course, backups.
Where's the fun in that certified garbage? That shit's boring.
So, for now...
This is a D&D campaign.
Anything dramatic has happened, but always such things create problems. You need to send crews to repair it. You need...
Now, let's see what some of these tweets are saying about it. Telecommunication cable break occurred between Sweden and Finland. So this one happened today. This is the one between Sweden and Finland, not Finland and Germany, and not the one with Lithuania either. We got quite a lot of these happening. Sounds like where I live in California. I mean, California is becoming more like Australia. There's a reason you guys get wildfires the way we do. It's kind of our fault. We kind of exported eucalyptus trees to California, and eucalyptus trees, again, before we get back on topic, explode when it gets too hot into fire. And it's not great. I still haven't gotten to back into playing BG3. Still trying to sleep with Shadowheart. Good luck with that. She's not all that difficult to sleep with, you know. You just kind of have to be nice to her. The sap smells nice, though. This is true. Eucalyptus trees smell really nice, but that is partially why California keeps lighting on fire. No details yet. November 18th became known that the underwater communication cables between Finland and Germany had failed, as well as cables between Lithuania and Sweden had been damaged. The day before, it was reported that Finland and Sweden had completed repairs to cables in the Baltic Sea. In the West, the incident in the cable break was first called sabotage by Russia, and then China was blamed afterward. This really could be either, because China's been doing this as well. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. Here's a, I believe, Finnish source. I'll have to translate it for a second. A Swedish, actually. Swedish source. The oil is good for sore nose. True. BG3 teaching us the wrong lessons about women. You can't just deposit noise coins and get sex. I mean, that's only if you're doing Karlak, and you don't deposit the coin and get sex, or you deposit the coin and get flaming violence. Koalas are a CIA op? No, that's not true. Koalas are actually a secret weapon. Look up what a drop bear is, Logo the Posadas. You can do that with men, though, because we don't get complimented nearly as much. That's true. Complimenting men can go a long way. So, double cable break on the internet line. The ministry is looking at it seriously. The Swedish government has received information about the incident. No one knows who's done it. No one's going to know exactly who's done it. Obviously, they're not going to blame it on specifically a country. But, you know, the drop bear deer course is a psyop. Koalas are listening devices like birds. Do you guys know what a koala sounds like? Just out of curiosity. Because I promise you, if you don't, you don't. You're never going to Koalas are not a psyop. They are beings from another world. Koalas should not exist on this planet, all right? This is what koalas sound like. More like a demon. Fun fact, half of koalas have chlamydia. Was that the sound you had in mind? No, it wasn't, was it? You know what the first time I heard that sound was? You guys want to know how I learned that that's what koalas sound like? Is at night in a national park forest trail with a couple of my friends. I've been in Australia for about a month, and I start hearing that, and they start trying to fuck with me, saying, oh shit, like, we gotta go, the drop bears are coming. They literally sound like demons. Imagine hearing that in the woods at night. American deer get the clap too, that's true. You can tell which koalas have chlamydia based on coloration that they have on them, especially if you barely know the guy and you compliment them out of the blue. That's very true. I say go compliment strangers. I mean, in general, Art, we don't need this to be men or women specific. Go be nice to strangers. Go talk to strangers, first of all. The good way to start a conversation is just to say nice about somebody. And you don't have to be weird about it. I like your hair. It's cool. You have cool hair. That's a nice color. I like your shoes. You don't even have to like tell the truth. Just say something nice to somebody at least once when you go outside. A stranger at the very least. Sounds like my Chihuahua Terrier mix when she's trying to steal food from me. It sounds like a hog. The average Trump voter. I'm actually not sorry to any of you that might be in here. All right, I need to go pee, so I'm going to leave you guys with this, and then when we come back, we're going to switch gears from Russia to China now. We still haven't gotten into domestic American politics yet. Jesus Christ. It's going to be a long day. I tried to help a 90-year-old man. He said no. Need awkward. I mean, I didn't say help, I said compliment, but it's nice that you tried to help. And if they said no need, then they don't need it. It's not awkward. That old man said no need because likely he's 90 and people try and help him all the time. And he likes to feel self-sufficient. He doesn't want to take help. He doesn't want to feel like he's useless and needs your help is really what it is. All right, I'll be right back. 2 seconds.
to have spare capacity, and certain things are actually harder to repair than others. I mean, gas pipelines, it can take a long while, and that can then already push up gas prices. So these are problematic things in any case, even if the immediate effect is not so dramatic.
So if we are possibly going to see more of this kind of sabotage, I mean, is there enough protection for undersea infrastructure under current international law?
I am not sure. I don't think you can ever have enough protection. I mean, there are so many cables. How do you guard them effectively? Do you have crews of guards? Where? I mean, cables are long. It's hundreds of kilometers. So it is hard to do in any case. What you could do, I mean, you could try to attribute the incident. Naming and shaming can have some deterrence effect in the future, but also attributing has ups and downs. Not always it is so clear who is the culprit, and at other times, attributing actually can tell people a lot about how you found out. You're showing your own tools and skill sets that maybe you do not always want to show. And of course,
we are.
The sad aspect is
so just real quick, I just want to say if you're watching on YouTube chat, please remember to like the stream and drop a sub. That really does help, and if you can comment on the video, even better. And if you're watching on Twitch, please go like the YouTube stream. That would be great. I would very much appreciate it, and maybe also drop a follow and a sub. That would also be pretty fucking cool. And then you won't have to deal with the ads. The ads will be gone. They'll just disappear. Now, switching to China. We got a few things out of China that like relate to several different. Already did it, mother of critical thinking. Yeah, cool. I'm Daenerys Targaryen, but like in real life, instead of mother of dragons, I'm the mother of critical thinking. I like this. I like this. So, Chinese company supplying technology for Russian glide bombs. Investigations reveal electronic parts from a Chinese company owning a California facility, continuing to flow to Russia despite China's October export controls. Surprise, surprise. We're still doing this. I mean, the CHIPS Act was kind of the point of this to begin with. And by the way, China's already given us a response to the CHIPS Act of their own sanctions. We're about to go over in a minute on top of this. But the fact that these are being made from a California facility and moving to Russia through China is ridiculous. We've banned exports of our semiconductor chips to China. We've banned companies like NVIDIA from selling our chips to China. However, they're still making bombs like this. The reason that we banned China's ability to buy these advanced microchips, these semiconductors from us, was literally to prevent this. It was because they were using them to make weapons. And somehow it's still happening. And in return now, even though the CHIPS Act has been enacted, we have put sanctions on them, and even though it's still happening, we get this as a response from China, and this is going to hurt.
Materials essential to the manufacturing of electronics and some military equipment to the U.S. It comes in response to Washington's chip sanctions on Beijing. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joins me now to help explain all of this to our...
Hold on. Before we go on, I forgot to ask you guys, is there a big delay in you typing something and it showing up on stream? Because I'm having people telling me that there is like a massive delay for that, but I see it happen almost instantly and I'm on the lowest possible latency. So while there's a bunch of you here, please answer that question and I'll see what I can do depending on what the answer is.
Audience, so Kelly, I guess the question for a lot of people is, how reliant is the United States on these materials?
Nah, yours came up instantly.
Okay, so I mean, you mentioned it. This is a key input in your phones, in defense technology, and I was
6 seconds isn't too bad. Okay, I was told like 5-10 minutes, and I was concerned because that should not be happening. 6 seconds is even a bit slow.
Is looking this up. So gallium and germanium, these are two of the materials that China has said we are not going to sell these to the United States anymore. We get over 50% of what we use from China. Now, we do have some of that in our earth, in the territory here in the United States, but we don't necessarily have the infrastructure to tap into that yet. So we're very reliant on it, and we're very reliant on China for this. This is kind of the tit-for-tat trade war we're seeing escalate.
Yeah, it genuinely would be crazy. It usually doesn't let my gay unhinged shit through. It's just because they're on YouTube, and for some reason, Nightbot has a mind of its own on YouTube, Art. That's the only reason. It will not obey my commands. This is why I hate AI and bots. Okay, gallium and germanium. These are obviously two imports. So Wikipedia, please. YouTube hates gay people, confirmed. True. Like, I'm not going to argue about that. So, gallium, what do we use this for? Well, we use it in building semiconductors. Oh, look, the literal thing that we have put protectionist policies over to prevent China from being able to get their hands on. We need some of their shit to make it. Now, to be clear, I am in favor of the CHIPS Act, but I am not a protectionist like policy person. I don't think that these are good. Also, germanium is the other that we use. We use this in optics, in electronics, with also in semiconductors, lovely, solar panels, literal space age stuff, Mars exploration rover. Other uses in electronics include phosphors, fluorescent lamps, LEDs, effect pedals by musicians. Like, we use this shit in everything. This is the tip for tat. And like I said, it hurts. It's going to hurt. And I'm only in favor of the CHIPS Act until we get the chip manufacturing in America again. I want them back in America. Well, actually, not back. We never had them. We invented these semiconductors, and we produce all of them in Taiwan and South Korea, the two main places that they're produced. Part of this CHIPS Act, this protectionist policy that China is responding to, is we build factories in the United States where we conduct our own production. We're partnering with TSMC or TMSC. TSMC is the one, who is the company in Taiwan, who has the expertise, who have the fabricators. They are not only some of them coming here to work for us, but are teaching our, future workers in the field. I don't know what they would be called. Like, what would their job title be? The thing is, like, the job of creating these semiconductors is incredibly specialized. It's not like you can't just get like a PhD and then do this. There is a lot more to it than that. They are cutting grooves into tiny little cubes of silicon the size of strands of DNA. Like, that's the level of expertise we require in this. And so it's going to take a few more years. I was hoping maybe we could, in a real, like, government, in the good timeline, kind of keep a balance with China up until we can stop like fucking with them with these chips. We support Taiwan, and by the way, I support Taiwan's independence, but I don't want to fight a war with China over it. As bad as it sounds, would be okay if China took Taiwan as long as the chip manufacturing was done in America. That's my Western point of view. Obviously, that's not great for the people of Taiwan, but we have a lot of issues, and starting a war with... It's like the house is on fire, and you haven't put the other fires out yet, but you're like, well, let me throw some gasoline over here. This part doesn't look properly on fire. I'd rather prevent that. Not to say that, like, China isn't going to try and invade Taiwan. They're not going to do it. Not unless, like, Donald Trump makes it very clear that we won't stop them. War with China is solely over preventing them from threatening our hegemony. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Taiwan is right now the key to threatening our hegemony. But let's say we've removed the semiconductor aspect from Taiwan. They can't weaken us this way. We have already... Let's go to the map. Let's go to the map. The map is always the best way to go. Yeah, and also we're gonna have a look into Australia-China relations in a minute as well. like today was supposed to be just me go through the Wikipedia list of like political ideologies and explain some of them to people. I was already dreading starting that because, you know, we're going to go through the whole list and A starts with anarchy. And I was like, I'm not ready to deal with all of the idiots that don't understand how anarchy works. But thankfully we can save that for another time. So China, right? South Korea is our ally. Japan is our ally. All of these islands have U.S. military bases on them. Okinawa being a huge military base for the United States. Basically, like the proper, this is where our missiles, our planes, a bunch of our soldiers are. This is line of defense. We have blocked them in up to Taiwan. And then after Taiwan, we have on their, like, actually, let's do fully. So on their northern flank, they got Russia and Mongolia and North Korea. They're all fine over there. On their western flank, they have India, which they're fighting border like skirmishes with. They have U.S. allies like Vietnam in their south here. Myanmar is in the middle of its own civil war. Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, and then Australia, all U.S. allies. Essentially, we have blocked China off fully from the water. They cannot. Like, if they wanted to get a ship out this way, or even this way, they couldn't do it if we stopped them. Now, where does that leave them? Well, they can go north through Mongolia, or they can go west, which means they have to pass through any of these countries by land. It's the old Silk Road. We have blocked off their ability to do any sort of shipping lanes like this. Now, the North has recently opened up some shipping lanes. Arctic proxy wars are probably in our near future. They can go to Afghanistan now, yeah, but that's still like old Silk Road shit, you know? The only other option they might have, depending on how likely it is they get through here, is going through the north. But again, they're blocked in. This is why we care about like Taiwan, because Taiwan is the link in the chain. If we take Taiwan out of here, it takes off the north and the south into two separate flanks. We don't have anything here to hold this amount of water. It fucks up our little like power game here. I don't think we need to worry about this with China. I don't give a fuck about any of it. I think we need to like strengthen economic ties with China. They are not insane. They're not good, but they're not insane, and it's not worth fighting over hegemony. I mean, India is sitting on their main supply of oil and could easily cut China off from them. Yes, and they've been having a lot of different border disputes. And India, even though it's a BRICS country, is a U.S. ally and really fucking loves Donald Trump. So China in this moment in time is testing the waters in every direction it could go because it's all up in the air. How pro-Russia the U.S. goes depends on whether or not China gets a pass, because if we go super pro-Russia, then China has an easier time. Whereas, like, we'll find out in like a month or two. China has 2 functioning carriers and one is an old Soviet ship. Yeah, China can't do shit. They can't invade Taiwan and win. I've talked about this before. They could win. They could take the island. They would have massive losses, and they wouldn't be able to, like, even if they managed to take the island without destroying any of the fabricators, they wouldn't be able to use them. They don't have the expertise. They don't know how to. They would more likely break the machines than be able to take over the manufacturing. And also, they'll die on the shores, like a lot of them. How are you going to do an island invasion? With landers, obviously. You have to land people on the shore, and you have to run in. They will kill you. You'll die on your way in. We have sent a lot of guns and soldiers to make sure that if the Chinese try and swim or boat their way across and land on the shores, they're going to get shot at a lot. Also, their military is corrupt as fuck. True, but they've been doing a lot of purges, but who knows whether that's making it more or less corrupt because it's the CCP, you know? India just supports who they benefit from more. Most countries do, Karen. Most countries don't actually have ideological like policy. Some of them do. It depends on the leaders, but a lot of them just do whatever is in either the leader or the country, generally the leader's best interest, either financially or with power.
I mean, we often use terms here in this country, and perhaps they do as well in China, that paint the Chinese as our adversaries. Not straight up enemies, but adversaries. And yet, when it comes to the global trade and global economy, we're more tied in together than perhaps it may sound like when politicians pontificate at a podium.
It literally, if we went to war with China, it would crash both our economies because both our economies are tied together as well as tied to literally every other country in the world. This is one of the benefits, by the way. Like, but I hate market economies. I don't believe in private property. However, in the case of a like market like this, our global trade logistical system, every country is economically intertwined with every other country. So one country losing stability, one large player in this economic game fucking up, fucks everybody up. It makes it very difficult for a country like America and China to go to war because in most cases, both sides lose more than they gain, and so it doesn't end up happening. Even if they really, really, really want to, which I'm not saying that they do, but even if they did, it's very difficult from an economic standpoint. India also has a bad taste in their mouth because the U.S., in the Cold War, and the U.S. always put conditions on buying U.S. equipment. Yeah, but not right now. Modi is fine. Modi will, Modi has bent the knee to Donald Trump right now. Did you not see like the massive like welcome Donald Trump got when he went to India? India was selling oil from Russia to us like we did to India. Yeah, true. To be fair, we buy our oil from other countries because it's shitty oil. We buy shitty oil from Canada, for example. That's why the tariffs on Canada are going to hit Americans pretty hard. It's quite funny. It's actually going to raise the price at the pump. America has more oil production and natural gas production than any other country in the world. However, we also have the best refineries in the world. And so it's cheaper for us to buy your shitty crude oil and refine it and then sell that at the pumps. Well, kinda, Zaz. Kinda. Canada might be fucked anyway, though. Like, your government seems to be also going towards the right. I think Trudeau's going to lose to whoever Roger Stone is backing in the next election. I haven't followed enough to know their name, but yeah, Canada's hanging on by a thread. We're about to cover France in a bit. France is about to fall to Le Pen. We thought that they actually got through. We thought that election saved them for the time being, but no, France is about to fall too. Paul Levere, thank you.
It's a really great point you
Yeah,
make.
Pepe.
And I think you have seen a lot of countries, not just the US, but China, some of these other nations move away from that global perspective and more towards what we like to call a protectionist mindset. Now, President-elect Trump refers to that as America first. Make America.
By the way, this happens every time in a domino effect of when one country in a system of economic trade between the world switches to protectionist policies, it makes other countries do the same, especially countries that are direct trading partners. Modi is also surprisingly the most popularly democratically elected leader in the world. Yeah, also AI misinformation played a massive role in Modi's election. So you could probably cut that 76% by about 30 based on my guess of how much of the people in India know about Modi is a lie. Probably at least 30% of that 76 would drop off. This was the 1930s in a nutshell. It literally was, Chatty, literally, like one-to-one.
Again, protecting domestic
We're back. We're just right back.
We're not alone in this, right? I mean, China.
Syria is World War I. We're about to have World War II repeating. Like, we're not getting World War III. We're just getting repeats. We're getting reruns of former wars and the shittier, like, Disney Plus edits where they cut out the good scenes. We're getting that version.
That same thing of if you're not going to give us this, we're not going to give you that. And ultimately, you know, yes, your domestic industries get more protected.
Lazy, right? Exactly. Come up with new content.
It's a win-win.
Yeah, I thought it was also interesting that
New Great Depression 2029. I think you're a bit too far ahead in the future. Try 3 months from now.
As you know, the president-elect has been making comments about imposing tariffs on China. And he frames it as this is a way for America to win. I thought it was interesting that
So speaking on the tariffs, though, you have to keep in mind that they could just back down like any second and just pretend that they did it, because Donald Trump got off the phone with Claudia Sheinbaum and put out a tweet saying, the president of Mexico has agreed to every term They'll close the border. They're going to stop fentanyl coming in. They're going to stop stealing our money. And then immediately after, the president of Mexico goes out and says, I said literally none of this. And I remember this phone call very differently. But I mean, mission accomplished. We don't need the Mexico tariffs anymore. That was the end of that tweet. Is the Mexico tariffs aren't happening because Mexico conceded to every demand when they obviously did not. They could just do this forever. They could just pretend to do all the hard shit because the people that vote for them, the people that listen to them, don't actually believe in reality and don't pay attention to real news. And also, they're getting state media. It's not like they're going to pay attention at all anyway. There's no chance of making them pay attention. Elon Musk promised one in 2025. True. Chatty, I've said this before. If America doesn't get its shit together, we might see Elon Musk be the president at some point. And I know he's not a citizen. Doesn't matter. We might see Elon Musk as the president within like 4 years from now. Not to say that I expect any more free or fair elections in America. No, but tell me I'm wrong. Tell me if Trump dies too early for them to consolidate J.D. Vance as like the new Fuhrer. Tell me that there is anybody other than Elon Musk that could rally the Republicans. Tell me that Elon Musk would not literally be able to take to court the same argument that Cenk Uygur did, saying the 14th Amendment says, you know, there is no distinction between naturalized and natural born citizens. I am allowed to run for president. All the courts said fuck no when it was Cenk Uygur, but they will say yes if it's Elon Musk. Tell me I'm wrong, because I'm not. That is a real possibility, especially if the left doesn't get its shit together and manage to, like, I mean, the left's not going to get its shit together. I'm sorry. The left will get its shit together underground away from the libs. Amy Comey Barrett actually wrote a paper arguing that. Really? No way. If you find it, please link it to me. I want to see that. But like, we're not going to get, the left will not get its shit together unless we manage to separate ourselves from establishment Dems, which is why I'm saying go run for election in your local elections with the DSA. In 2026, we won't have free and fair elections federally, but or really state or local, we never do anyway because of gerrymandering. But like, run, enter government, go sway people, bring your friends along with you, pay attention. This is how the Republicans gained and maintain power. They got young people interested, they entered the party, they took it over from the inside, and then they made it go in the direction they want to. So do it yourself. No one's saving us. Change comes from the bottom up. I say this every time. And yeah, sign up for the Mars trip. What? Like, as if that's going to make it go away, Chatty. You're still going to have to deal with that on Mars. No Indian liberals were so bad with the corrupt Modi was far more loved than by my parents say. At least he do 30% of the things he would do. Well, I mean, Modi, like Trump, essentially, will do about 30% of what they say they will do. At least campaign promises wise. Project 2025 is just going check, 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 check down the list. That's going to happen. But no one believes in reality anymore. Whether you're on the left, whether you're on the right, whether you're in India, China, Africa, America, Australia, France, Germany, the right wing believes the same batshit crazy conspiracies everywhere on the planet. The only real distinction that I can make between the right as a whole movement is maybe, just maybe, that the Israeli right wing doesn't have the Jews are controlling everything from behind the scenes as part of their conspiracy theory. But everything else between all of these countries is exactly the same. Exactly the same.
The Chinese said this is a no-win situation for both the United States and for the Chinese.
Well, because China wants to sell their products to Americans, right?
America wants to sell their shit to China. Elon Musk wants Tesla in China.
Money, and the United States also wants to have cheaply produced goods that then companies can sell to their consumers like you and me. And
thank you, Chatty.
President-elect Trump is saying, well, this is going to bring American jobs here. It's going to protect domestic industries.
Yeah, okay. These people are so dumb that they really don't understand. Like, yes, they took her jobs, but like, I've argued this with Republicans before in that, well, I mean, that's an insane argument to make, Chatty. I'll have a look at it in a second. But what you have to understand, right, is that the Republicans think they've managed to get themselves to the, yeah, she is insane. They get themselves to the point where now they've understood that these tariffs are bad. It's going to hurt them. But the COPE has said, oh no, the tariffs aren't wait, hold on, am I wearing the wrong glasses? No, I'm wearing the right glasses. I'm like, too much of a glare, but I guess not. They think that these tariffs are going to result in more companies coming to manufacture in the United States because they want to get past the tariffs. And they think that because they're going to deport the illegals and there's going to be more companies coming to the US, they think, you know, free market economics. There's a higher demand for labor and there's a larger supply of labor. There's a lower amount of labor available. There's a high demand, low supply. That means they think that their wages will go up. However, they're literally cutting every single like union in the United States is dead from day one, and all regulations on these industries get cut. It's much more likely that their wages go down rather than up. And again, you buy a t-shirt from Shein for $6, manufacture that in America, have that shirt for $45, $50. The reason we import goods from overseas like this is because the labor is cheaper there. If you've watched my my video from Thanksgiving where we like made the distinction of worth and value, and that labor is the originator of all value, that all commodities are imbued with value based on the amount of human labor stored in them, amount of labor time, about congealed mass of human labor it took to make this commodity. That amount of labor stays the same, but the value changes based on the country because obviously we have different context for the material conditions in which these countries function, the people in them, exist in them, and relate to them. My shirts already cost $40. Well, yeah, that's the thing. You're not buying from Shein, Art, are you? You're buying from like a different store. I'm talking about like fast fashion stuff that we import that they are going to put tariffs on, hoping that the manufacturing comes to the US. That's the point, really. To be fair, fast fashion is disgusting as a practice, but if you've watched The Good Place, you'll understand that it's impossible to exist in this society 100% ethically. If you are broke and you can't afford anything other than buying from Shein, even if you know that it's likely like a child slave made you that shirt, you still got to buy the shirt or you're going to not have a shirt. It's a requirement. The systems are all fucked globally, leading to this unethical behavior. This is essentially slavery, but like in a different country, so we don't have to look at it. But getting rid of that, which is a good thing, and bringing manufacturing into the US, which is also a good thing, without any of the systems in place that ensure labor rights, like the increasing wages, like regulation of danger. Like a lot of these factories, these clothing factories are incredibly fucking dangerous. People die. The Supreme Court deemed it legal and ethical for our corporations to use slavery overseas. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's legal and ethical according to our Constitution to use slavery on imprisoned people. Why do you think that they're not going to deport a lot of the people they want to deport? They're just going to keep them in prison camps and make them do labor. They're going to deport the useless ones, and then they're going to make them work. Yeah. I mean, we already did. You know what? Like, I've said this a bunch of times. The day of the election, private prison stocks went up insane. The iPhone is fucked. The Android is fucked. They're all fucked. I'm an Android girly. I don't like the iPhone, but all of them are made unethically. Go watch The Good Place if you haven't. I promise you it's worth watching. It's both funny, but it tackles the idea of ethics and morals in a capitalist society in a way that is done very differently than you usually see. Yeah, and Texas is gifting land for the camps. Well, I mean, yeah. They're spending $1 trillion to build the camps, so. Anyway, so this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt us in a lot of ways. Again, these elements that they're putting these sanctions on, the minerals rather, germanium and what was the other one? Germanium and gallium? Gallium and germanium. We use them in the production of not only these semiconductors, but literally all of it. This is the best part of Barrett's argument. Okay, send it in. I was going to say it's a bit too long for me to throw up on stream right now when I have too much to get through. I was maybe thinking about putting it for the next one, Chatty. We can maybe go over it more fully. I don't need to watch, but hope they get good protective gears. You should watch it, though. It's a really good show. 14th Amendment was purely partisan measure, drafted and enacted entirely by Republicans in a rump Reconstruction Congress in which the southern states were denied representation. It would never have made it through Congress had all of the elected senators and representatives been permitted to vote. This is such a dumb fucking argument. First of all, we didn't do Reconstruction nearly as hard enough. Yeah, I know, she's insane. She's literally insane. We needed to try harder during Reconstruction. We also really needed to try harder during denazification. But, like, yeah, we fucked up there. No Fed posting, Chatty, but I'm not going to say that you're incorrect. I am going to put the no Fed posting. Well, I gotta. So, you guys want to see something cool? Yeah, caught. Everyone loves to, again, like, talk about Russia as if we should be afraid. Here's their T-90M tank, which is, quote, the most advanced and indestructible tank in the world, getting fucking annihilated by an American tank. I don't even know what a US Bradley IFV is. Art, the neighborhood fucking military supplies expert. How old is this tank? A US Bradley IFV. Just annihilating this most advanced indestructible tank in the world. War is bad, guys, but it's okay to feel joy to see the Russian aggressors get their asses kicked at every possible opportunity. Not many countries in the history except Germany did Reconstruction better. I mean, we needed to do denazification for Germany much harder. So, who knows? They didn't necessarily get it right either. Maybe southern states would not be denied representation if they did not revolt in the first place. True, Desert! The Bradley is from like the 90s or the 2000s. I can't remember. It's also a light tank. All right, so yeah, an old 90s to 2000s, at minimum 2-decade-old tank, just fucking annihilating the Russians. It's just fun to see. It's just fun to see. Okay, now back to China real quick. So China put sanctions on goods to the US. China lifted sanctions on beef going into Australia. Oh, wow. Okay, fine. Financial Review. Paywall me, you asshole. We'll just cover something else. Rude. Very, very, very rude. Now, this came at... The reason I find this really interesting...
The head of federal parliament.
The idea of China dropping their sanctions on Australia at the same day that Australia's Labour senators call for regional democracies to support Taiwan. It's a bit interesting.
The Intelligence Committee has accused China of going, quote, berserk over a visit to Taiwan by then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in 2022. He also says Australia and other democracies in the region have banded together to help deter China from launching an invasion of the island. It comes as Taiwan's president continues his tour of the Pacific. Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jedgetts has the details.
Labor Senator Raf Ciccone is not exactly a household.
It's just interesting that this happens on the same day that they drop sanctions. I would have thought, you know, wouldn't have happened. And yeah, like, I know that it's more about who shot first in that battle, or rather who's the better and more experienced tank operator, considering the Ukrainians have been operating those tanks for essentially the entirety of the war, and most of the Russians that were there at the beginning are dead now. And so all of the people driving the Russian tanks now are either prisoners, teenager conscripts, North Koreans, or whoever they could find, whatever like random person on the street they could pick up and put in a tank first. So that also has a factor in it, in that, you know, driving it is important.
But he does hold an important position here in Canberra as the head of Parliament's Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. And late yesterday, the senator issued a strident defence of the ties between Taipei.
I mean, yeah, and that's because those are some of the biggest exports Australia has. China's now trying to buy rights to do mining for rare earth elements in Australia. They want more of that cobalt mining action, because most of the cobalt is either in Africa, where they already own all the mines, or it's here.
and Canberra, saying it was important for democracies around the region, including Australia, to maintain those relationships, despite the fact that they officially recognise Beijing rather than Taipei.
That's what I said. I think you might have misunderstood me, Sakov. The Ukrainians are used to driving like Western tanks. They have been using them for the entire war. Well, not the entire war, but since we gave them tanks. There have been a lot more Ukrainians that have had experience driving Western tanks that have not died and have been able to pass on their experience driving these Western tanks to other Ukrainian soldiers. There have been a lot of different, like, it's very clear that the Russian tank operators are much less equipped to operate the tanks than the Ukrainians are. Whether or not the tanks were new to them at the beginning doesn't matter. They've learned how to use them very well, and they continue to have this ability while the Russians don't show this. Wine in Australia, yeah. Wine is, like in South Australia, essentially the biggest farming industry is wine. It's either that or like sheep or lamb for meat or whatever. A lot of people grow wine.
He says an important part of that is through making parliamentary visits. The senator himself went on one of those visits to Taiwan earlier this year. He issued a strong defense of the decision that Nancy Pelosi, the then Speaker of the US...
I get so mad when we talk about Australia's economy because it's run by idiots. Like, the economic system, the exports that we have, what we do with our income makes no fucking sense. First off, Australia sells its coal profits as well for less, or for not a profit, for just straight up exactly the amount it costs us to produce it to outside of the country, and then we buy it back for more expensive. Ridiculous. Secondly, we sell ore, like just straight up iron ore. We like, why do we not have foundries? Metallurgy foundries, where we take the iron ore that we mine from the ground, as well as the coal, the two major exports of Australia, and I don't know, maybe make them into steel and then sell them for more money, because that's jobs, that's production, that is more it's more profit. It's cheaper to sell the raw materials than to make them into something. So make them into something. It helps your economy, it gives your workers jobs, and it increases your output as profit. Or other industries that are mainly where our export money comes from is because of education. Education exports here are fucked. They have people coming into Australia to go to college for university tourism, and the colleges here are set up so that you don't even need to learn English to get a degree. They're just made to be able to, you come here, you pay the exorbitant fees that, like, if you don't have Australian citizenship, the university fees for international students in Australia are about those of university fees in America. So people come here specifically from places like China and Korea. They pay the exorbitant fees for the universities. They don't learn anything, and then they get a degree and they leave. It's our economic system could function so much better with minor tweaking, as well as the energy policy that I've laid out before of how to fix partially the housing crisis, as well as cheaper energy, and make it renewable and sustainable, instead of spending, 10 years and an ungodly amount of billions of dollars building 7 nuclear power plants across Australia like the Liberal Party wants to do. The Russians are taking more casualties, isn't surprising. Well, they're doing attrition warfare. Isn't it because China can make steel cheaper? No, that's not. Probably because Australia's population is small and incredibly developed nation with the majority of its workers in the tertiary sector, except we have a lot of people that want jobs that are specifically labor jobs. We need more builders. We have builders. We don't have jobs for them. We need a lot more, we have workers for these roles. The first priority, rather than fixing our resource exports, I still think needs to be, we have a lot of immigrants that have specifically tradey type training. They build shit. They're good with their hands. They're contractor type. What do we call them in America? Specialists in non-academic work. These people build shit. They are in major cities like Melbourne and Sydney. Melbourne and Sydney have a housing crisis, and these people can't find homes. People in Melbourne and Sydney also can't find homes. Housing prices go up. We have an energy problem as well, in that we maintain mostly a coal-based energy system. Now, all of these together, what can you do? Well, like I've said, why don't we incentivize these workers in major cities to leave the major cities with government subsidies? Let's say go out maybe a couple hours away from the major city. We'll give you some money, build some houses in a community. You can live in them, and then build solar farms, wind farms, batteries. You get to keep the job. You get to live in this little community that you've built with the other people that work here. It's almost like a company town, except other people can still live here and get a job. And you get specialized training to work on building the energy infrastructure afterward. After you've finished task 1, you get task 2. We can also use this to incentivize more immigration. Australia also has a birth rate below replacement rate. Immigration is good. Now, Australians don't want more immigration, but if it was going to outside of major cities and into rural areas that was making the energy prices cheaper, I'm sure they could be convinced. Aussies are pretty easy in that they can't be bothered too much. Like, it's a, she'll be right attitude that's really ingrained into the culture. So check for energy policy, check for jobs, check for housing policy. Anyone have any issues with what I've laid out of how that could work or not work? If you want to produce steel, you need other materials because it's an alloy also. Yes, but I'm saying we could just produce something other than selling the raw materials for cheaper. And as well as when we get to energy, we sell our energy for no profit, then buy it back at a loss. That's Australia's energy policy. I'm not kidding. To be honest, nobody can be worse than the EU with their economy and electricity. I mean, yeah, but they just keep failing because they want to fail. Australia got feral cat hunters. Australia also has feral camels. My guess is China lobbies Aussie companies and politicians. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, yes, they do. In fact, China owns one of the largest floodplain harvest, half of at least, one of the largest floodplain harvesting operations in Australia, which is basically they made water a commodity. They build farms that trap rainwater that comes down like into the stream. And when it rains, they hold this water, they sell it on the market for a profit. And it is it's like a stock commodity. The price goes up and down based on how much rain is expected. The issue is they do this a lot, and then this dries up the stream downstream, messing with farmers and indigenous communities. Renewable energies are very cheap to generate electricity, but since they're unpredictable... Yes, but we're talking about Australia, a land that is flat, lots of sun year-round, lots of wind year-round. It's not unpredictable here. We don't need the gas or like coal infrastructure. First of all, we already have it. And integrating like this type of clean electricity into a coal electricity system are slightly different. However, I'm not saying you can't have like a backup grid. I've always said with energy policies, you need redundancies. I want the country to function entirely on renewable energy and have maybe one nuclear plant as a redundancy. Maybe some like other smaller scale plants can exist as redundancies too. I want multiple redundancies. But in Australia, wind and solar energy are not going to fail you because it's literally always raining. Sorry, literally always sunny, and it's flat land. It's windy. All right, have fun. See you later, Art. And nice, good to know, good to know. Right, okay, so, and there's no protest for what, Karen, exactly? I can't remember what that point was to exactly. We could probably skip this over now. We'll jump to France. Francais, the French government is about to collapse. We thought they beat the Nazis. We really did. We thought that Le Pen was at least gone until the next election, but no.
To France because the government there looks close to collapse after several of the main opposition parties said they would vote against the Prime Minister Michel Barnier in a motion of confidence. That vote has been triggered after he used parliamentary procedure to force through legislation on the budget for social security without allowing MPs to vote on it. Both the left-wing France Unbowed party and also the hard-right National Rally have said they will censure Mr. Barnier.
Damn, so the left and the right is like, fuck you in particular. What's wrong with the left? Do you know, like, even the French left is just stupid. This is just going to lead to a rise in more power for Le Pen's national rally.
Appointed by President Macron to lead a...
Oh, yes, China's water harvesting. No, that's been going on since like the 70s. There's a video from another really good content creator on the subject that I've been wanting to watch on stream for a while. But I'll link it in the chat so you guys can watch it, because we're not going to have time today because I still have a few things to go through. Well, you can save it until we're until I'm done for today, because I might actually have the time. 1 second. Go. Go. Ugh. Shenyang gang, are you a Nazi? It's a serious question.
Minority government. The motion of confidence is expected to be held later.
I love French protests. I hate French government. I don't respect the French, but I love their protests.
So let's head to our correspondent in Paris, Hugh Schofield. So, Hugh, now what?
With you. Indeed. It looks very likely.
So you're a Nazi. Good to know. Goodbye.
That Michel Barnier will fall on Wednesday, and that France will be once
I
again...
knew that little fucker was here trying to get me banned again. I knew it. I knew that's what they were here for.
Without a prime minister, or at least not a sort of functioning one. He'll probably remain as a caretaker prime minister for a while.
Everything's a fucking psyop.
We'll be plunged back into the same crisis that we had back in the beginning of all this. If you remember, the background is the election disastrously called by Macron back in June, July.
Yeah, the election that like just barely managed to allow the left to squeak in and prevent the far right, the Nazi party, from literally having full control over the government. Well, I mean, Germany's about to fall too, so might as well get France. Apparently the UK is going back to monarchy.
After the European elections, which resulted in this split house, split three ways, in which none of the three blocs, that is the centre, the left and the populist right, could command a majority. Because the other two blocs would always unite against it. We've got a government under Michel Barnier which represents the centre, but it's always been there from the start on sufferance, and it only takes...
It always matters at the very least optically to the general population and whether or not they give a shit, especially in the context of the world we live in now, where everything is filled with lies, and from the moment you wake up until the moment you go to bed, every bit of media that you're watching is lying to you. For like the vast majority of people, seeing elections and this stuff, it does matter. It makes a difference. It gets people either to pay attention, to give a shit, to go out there and protest.
It takes a combination of the two other blocs to come together to bring him down, and that's what's happening. Marine Le Pen, who's kind of held back for all this time and has not pushed her opposition into a kind of outright challenge, is now saying that she's going to do that. And the pointed issue is this.
Because crime is at a historic low in most places in the world, and the right makes up most of it. That's why, Karen, like New York and Los Angeles are ones that they talk about often. They point to Los Angeles because there's homeless people and there is crime in Los Angeles, and that is an issue, but it's not like violent crime is down everywhere. People were telling me, like, oh, why can you be in New York and just kill somebody and get away with it? None of this is real. The right, the conservatives lie about it until everyone thinks that, like, there is massive crime in big cities, but there isn't. Crime is at its lowest point as it's been in, like, literal decades, especially violent crime.
This budget, Barnier's, spent the last 3 months, basically spent his whole time in office drawing up this budget. So the first bit of legislation that matters, that comes before the House, and the whole thing looks like it's going to fall apart.
So Huey.
Meanwhile, also in France, this is the taxi drivers. I don't know what they're protesting, but I'm hoping it's Uber, because fuck Uber. Man, hold on, wait. French protests seem kind of lame now that we've looked at Georgia. I think we all need to start protesting more like Georgia. Or at the least be funny, like when they shit in the river that the prime minister and the mayor of Paris were gonna have to swim in. Was it the what river did they shit in? There was literally like French content creators mapping out the water flow from parts of France so that like no matter where you were, you could go take a shit in the river and be pretty sure that that would be right around the time it would arrive in Paris, right around the time the mayor of Paris was going to go swimming in it. In an EU where Poland has the say will turn Europe upside down. I mean, Poland is going far right as well. All of Europe is going far right. Europe has fallen to the Nazis for the most part. I mean, Meloni rules in Italy, and we all know that Italian fascism is lazy, so they're just kind of chilling there. The French are going to fall soon. The Germans are going to fall soon. All of the Baltics have fallen already. The UK is like insane. All that leaves us is like countries like Poland, Finland, Sweden, Norway. Half of them are insane too. It's not like it's not like you guys don't have a Nazi problem over there. All of Europe is filled with Nazis. And I say this like basically every stream. We need to do denazification better next time. In 1946, 6% of Germans in US occupied like post-Nazi Germany thought that the Nuremberg trials were unfair. 6%. 4 years later, we left them some breathing room. In 1950, that was 1 in 3 from 6%. You can't allow this ideology any kind of breathing room. That's the one issue here that they always try and use against the left is the only way to properly get rid of Nazism, of that like specific brand of fascism, is to rip it out at the roots. And when you say that, they're like, oh, well, you're being fascist to us. And yes, I am. The only way to get rid of Nazism is to treat them the way they would want to treat everyone else. Don't do it to literally do not do that to any other group. Even regular fascists can be taken out a different way. That ideology can be shifted. Nazis, though, you can't allow them any breathing room. Any fucking breathing room. That's not a Fed post. I'm saying that the government needs to do this, not you. The state should have tried harder. Operation Paperclip was a mistake. We shouldn't have allowed a whole bunch of Nazis to escape to Argentina. Oh, I know. But like, it's on the chat screen, so I have to say it. But you know what I mean? We need to try harder. We shouldn't have given them any mercy because they're not going to give us any this time around. The day Germany goes out of the EU, it's over. It's not about going out of the EU. I'm sure the EU will stay together. It's just the EU is all becoming a bunch of Nazi countries, or rather countries ruled by Nazis. And again, when I say Nazi, I need to be clear here. I don't mean just fascist. There is a distinct definition here that I mean when I say Nazi. I mean a fascist who is hateful, who thinks supremacy of their own ethnic group is a thing. They focus into things like phrenology, into things like eugenics. They're expansionist and exterminationist. All of those definitions are what I consider Nazi. As I've said before, in the US, the right wing has factions. There are the Nazis, there are the Christian nationalists, there are the general cult of MAGA, there's the Elon cult, there's the crypto cult. All of these fall under fascist ideology, but Nazis are a whole different thing, and there's a lot of them. I think when you will call a Polish guy Nazi, you got a real problem. There are plenty of Polish Nazis. People still study phrenology. Yeah, I mean, I make jokes about it occasionally when we're like looking at somebody and they just look evil and they turn out to be, but like that's just a vibe check thing, you know. But yeah, no, there are literal people that talk. Go on Twitter and like scroll for half a minute on the For You page. You'll see it. Elon boosts that shit. All right, we already saw this. I forgot. Unimportant. Speaking of like horrible shit on Twitter, actually, I want to go off topic a little bit here. Just a little bit. This is wild. So this woman, Dr. Ali Lukes, she posted on Twitter her PhD dissertation. She's officially done with her PhD. Just like a normal tweet that somebody is making. The olfactory ethics, the politics of smell in modern contemporary prose is the, this is, by the way, 95 million views, 11K likes. This is, yeah, I did too, but honestly, she's not upset about it. She's like, this is entertaining. She's gonna have the most read PhD in history. That's probably true. Look, so like we'll read this in a second because I have a different thread that really breaks it down and has sectioned this off. But this woman received so much fucking hatred because most people read this and they read the first 2 sentences and nothing further. This thesis studies how literature registers the importance of olfactory, smell, discourse on the language of smell and the olfactory imagination it creates in structuring our social world. Sentence 1. Sentence 2 is, this is how far they have gotten. The broad aim of this thesis is to offer an intersectional, wide-ranging study of olfactory oppression. Right here is where all of the Nazis in the comments stopped reading. They read oppression and they got mad about it. We'll read the whole thing in a second. But thankfully, most of the good posts have made their way to the top. But just to like get a vibe of the kind of messaging that this woman was having to deal with. Yes, Nazi ideology and xenophobia are different topics. Nazi ideology is xenophobia plus supremacy plus exterminationism. The olfactory ethics English lit dissertation sounds cool and you're all stupid. People confusing modern and contemporary. Her use of the unnecessary synonyms in the subtitle bodes poorly for her intellect. You, my friend, are a moron. You're like literally retarded. Modern and contemporary don't mean the same thing. They don't mean the same thing. I'm shocked to find out how many people found out that these don't mean the same thing. By the way, modern is, as it says in the community notes, generally between 1860 and 1960. Contemporary is what we would call today. Who's drafting these stupid community notes? They still cannot tell that like the characteristics of definition of modern, characteristics or expression of recent times or the present, contemporary or up to date. As in modern can be related to this, but that is not the defined term of it. These people don't know how to read, so it's not surprising. I mean, imagine being the type of person, oh, whoopsie, closed the wrong one. God damn it. Give me. But imagine reading a dissertation, right? A PhD dissertation like this. A very, like, interesting sounding, different, like, academia thing. And you answer it with, you are the dumbest fucking bitch I've ever seen on the internet and a perfect example of literally everything wrong with modern society. Imagine thinking you deserve taxpayer money for writing up that useless piece of shit thesis nobody will ever read. Vegan, feminist, queer, your dues to society are many and me and the boys will rape them out of you. This is where we're at discourse-wise. Is, ladies like, hey, I got my PhD done. Me and the boys are going to rape you. That's literally what they're saying. They can't ban me for reading what the people are like abusing this lady with, Hans Sousa. And I don't know. If you're the one that's going to try and ban me, then we'll know. But at this point, yeah, no, this is the level of discourse that we're on. This is what I mean by America is cooked. They're fucked. They're insane. Like, okay, let's actually get into what this dissertation is about. Let's have a little bit of a deeper look. So, before we go jumping in, we need to keep in mind that a PhD thesis is written for a small group of 3 to 5 scholars. These scholars serve as a candidate supervisor and examiners. They are the only audience of a PhD thesis. If you think you can't understand a PhD thesis, it's because you're not the intended audience. True. So many fucking people asking for like PhD level information where they can't read past the 6th grade level on literally everything. Half the time, like, you're arguing with a right-winger and they ask you for a source and you send them one and they're like, this is the deep state bullshit. It's because they can't read it. It's because the average American cannot read past a 6th grade level. 75%, by the way, is the statistic of Americans that cannot read comfortably above the 6th grade level. So, olfactory ethics, the politics of smell in modern contemporary prose. There are 3 important things here. Ethics, politics, and smell. Politics here is not used in the sense of running political affairs of a country. Here it means things in relation to power. Yet don't understand equals fake news. True. If someone reinforces oppressive power structures, it's considered unethical. If someone challenges these power structures, it's considered ethical. Now, put simply, this thesis deals with the relationship between smell and power. In literary studies, we don't look at how things are in the world. That's not our concern. That's the job of anthropologists and sociologists. Literary scholars look at how things are portrayed in literature. We deal with representations. This thesis looks at how relationship between power and smell has been portrayed in modern and contemporary literature. Now, by the way, if you're thinking, how does smell relate to power? If a homeless person that smells bad tries to go into a restaurant, are they going to be allowed to sit at the table? Probably not, right? Smell impacts power. Really living in Tacoma, Washington for years, and then intellectual denseness of some folks here is astonishing. Yeah, well, I mean, you live in Washington, so you're pretty close to, I mean, the danger zone, right? The part of Idaho that's just filled with Nazis and militias, where Pete Hegseth goes for vacation. Right over here. Let me get the map. I don't actually know where Tacoma is in Washington, but I know that you're close enough. Ah, cool. Right. How close are you to that line? Where is it? Basically, everything from in here is just Nazis and militias and meth labs. Everything here. I wish I could highlight on this, but whatever. Anyway, so let's look at the very first sentence of this, because, you know, that's where most of it starts. The thesis studies how literature registers the importance of olfactory discourse in the language of smell and the olfactory imagination it creates in structuring our social world. So, A, we write about smell a lot. Disgusting, stinky, fragrant, fresh. These are language. This is the language of smell. These words create images in our mind. For example, someone may recall a clogged toilet when they hear the word disgust. This is an olfactory sense of smell imagination. By the way that we use language, the way that we talk about something changes how we physically think about it. When you're talking about power structure, when I say the bourgeoisie, the capital class, your brain literally puts it on a elevation, on a y-axis. It moves up, because when you think of upper class, your brain literally thinks that it is higher up physically in the world, in how it exists in space. So the words that we use make a huge difference in the perception of our reality, as well as how we behave. Far and Western Washington divided by the mountains, no more meth labs whatsoever. Right, that's true. Well, I mean, they banned pseudoephedrine. That doesn't mean you still can't make meth. That was the precursor that got banned in 2006. But yeah, it's probably just cheaper for them to get it from Mexico at this point. It's just all Nazis and militias now. Fair enough. Now, the language of smell and imagination combined is olfactory discourse. The language of smell and imagination have an impact on the way you deal with the world. For example, if someone tells you a public restroom is disgusting, you are unlikely to use it as much as you're less likely to use it than you were before. I think there is a big difference between the Nazis in today's right. There is, but they share quite a lot of ideology. Zakov. They share quite a lot of ideology, and yes, there are differences, but they also share quite a lot in action, in practice. They were not anti-capitalist. They pretended to be anti-capitalist. They were not pro-Muslim either. That's not true. They were definitely anti-Christian. They were definitely not anti-capitalist, though. I disagree with your, narrativization. But anyway, wrong topic. Pay attention. We've moved on from that. We can go back to that later. I talk about Nazis literally every stream more than I would like to. This is what we're talking about now. So, sentence 2. This is where most of the right wing stopped paying attention. Smell is used to create certain social structures. For example, someone with a body odor may be declined entry into a restaurant. Cool. We are not concerned if it's right or wrong. We're concerned at the possibility of it happening. Historically, smell has been used to create social structures that exclude certain populations, women and people of color. For example, in South Asia, a disgusting smell has been associated with sweepers and janitors, and they are excluded on this basis. This is olfactory oppression. How do these power structures that use the language of smell actually work? Well, this is what this thesis tries to explore. Well, yeah, it does depend on how you define capitalism. My definition of capitalism, Hitler was not an anti-capitalist. They just called themselves anti-capitalist. They immediately broke all of the unions. That's not an anti-capitalist thing. Yeah, I'm not Googling price commissioners. I know more than you, Zakov. They were not anti-capitalist. They pretend to be. They're as much anti-capitalist as North Korea is democratic, as China is communist, as the Soviet Union was communist, which is to say they're not at all. So, again, we read that one already. Cool. Modernist literature is literature published from 1914 to 1945. Contemporary literature is published since 1945. This thesis focuses on literature published since 1914. I focus largely on prose fiction from the modern and contemporary period so as to trace the legacy of olfactory prejudice into today and situate its contemporary relevance. We associate smells with certain people, groups, and professions and places. I'm sure if you smell curry, you're thinking about Indian people. We ain't even on Nazis at the moment. Literally, pay attention, people. Pay the fuck attention. Hold on. Hold on. I have a thing for this, don't I? I don't care about Hitler's quote, Zakov. He was not an anti-capitalist. I will ban you if you don't start paying attention. Like, I will mute you for an hour. We're not on Nazis right now. You could have said this an hour ago, or you can say this an hour from now, but we are talking about something else. One last offer, like warning. Literally. So, not many people will associate the word perfume with people working in a butcher shop, but we're more likely to associate words like strong and pungent, even disgusting, with butchery. The kind of words that we use to describe a person's smell creates an immediate reaction in us. It can be pleasant, disgusting, etc. The reaction is so immediate that it happens before we can even think about it. Literally because I'm on another subject. Fuck you. Go away. Idiots. Literal idiots. This man thinks that, like, North Korea is democratic. I suggest that smell very often invokes identity in a way that signifies an individual's worth and status in an inarguable manner that short-circuits conscious reflection. I think this is true, by the way. I think even if someone is dressed very nicely, but they smell really bad, you are going to not only attach, like, an emotional significance to that smell. You're not only going to make an assumption of this person based on that smell, but you're also probably going to make an assumption of class based on that smell. I would like to add in here. It happens because words associated with smell, when uttered or read, create a very intense feeling or emotion with us, but if you pause and think about it, they're just words. The word disgusting doesn't have any smell of its own, but whatever you think about, it will evoke a certain smell in your mind. When I think of the word disgusting, I don't actually have a smell coming up to me. Maybe it's because I, like, have covered this idea of disgust is a precursor to right-wing reactionary ideology, and being a conservative requires higher degrees of fear and disgust response, which leads to a lower degree of, you know, intelligence. But that might be a whole other thing. Now, this can be accounted for by acknowledging olfaction's strongly affective nature, which produces such a strong bodily sensation and emotion that reflexivity is bypassed in favor of behavioral or cognitive solutions that assuage the intense feelings most immediately. As in, like, your sense of smell is your strongest emotion. It's also your strongest connection to memory. When you're trying to remember something, if you smell something that reminds you of it, of something close to it, you're much more likely to have the memory just pop up in your mind. Smell is very powerful in our brains. Weirdly so, compared to, like, eyesight, for example. Oh, the stank. Well, the stank is... How come, like, any of you might not even smoke pot, but I promise you, if you walk down the street and you remember the good stank, you're going to stop and you go, I'm smoking weed. Regardless of whether you like it or not, you're going to do that if you smell it on the street, more than likely. And that is a reaction based off of smell. This is a really interesting thesis. I might actually end up reading this whole thing if I have time for it. I mean, God knows how long it is. But Olfactory disgust, therefore, tends to result in rejection, while harmful forms of olfactory desire may result in sublimation and subjugation. As in, you see this anytime you go into a store. Stores don't want you to spend a bunch of money. Smell really good, don't they? They love, love, love you spending time in there because it smells good. Oh, hey, Cheeseburger Merv. I didn't realize that was you. The names on my screen are all different colors. Welcome back. Good to see you today. You missed all the Australia talk. Words related to smell create strong feelings of emotions. These lead to certain biases. These biases lead to power structures. If someone cleans a public toilet, people may think less of them because they assume that person smells bad. Like I said, it is a direct assumption of class that comes out of smell, whether you want to or not. Why is this a thing? How did this structure occur? Why do we associate people who smell good with upper class people and people who smell bad with lower class people? This is a deep dive on aroma odors for my entire life. A smell can recall the furthest back memory. Yeah, that smell is your strongest memory thing. And I know this is a weird topic to be doing a deep dive on when we were talking about like war, coups, democracy, but this is not only incredibly interesting, but again, like, this is the reaction that she was getting for writing this. Like, this was the reaction. I can't imagine why. They wanted to rape her for writing about smell. But I know why. It's because of the word oppression. They hear this word oppression and their brain goes, ugh, lefty vegan queers. That's why I'm saying you need to change how you, like, if you're trying to message and you want to propagandize in a way that right-wingers will hear it, you have to use words that they use. I literally got banned for saying this, in saying, you're allowed to use a slur every now and again if you think that it's going to A, make a troll go away, or B, help you propagandize to somebody. I'm all for just like using their techniques against them. I'm not saying you have to lie. You don't have to lie. They do. They don't have anything. You can lie. I'm perfectly fine with calling Donald Trump a communist every time he does something. Stop calling him a Nazi and a fascist. Call him a communist. You have to be heard. And right now they have a little sensor in their brain that blocks off anything that you'll send their way. And you see that in this, in that they, like, this is something so beyond them that they shouldn't even be paying any attention to it. No, none of the right should be giving two fucks about, like, olfactory discourse coming from a PhD student. But they heard the word oppression, and now they're like, oh, we have to go put this, like, woman down. 23 years of fascism in America dumbed down millions of these simpletons by designing mostly. I was there marching in Portland and Seattle against Bush's invasion of the Middle East. Well, I mean, it wasn't fascism then, Hans Sousa. It was on the way to it. Since Bush's administration, in fact, we have been on a path, not even to fascism, to oligarchy, to oligarchical fascism. It's been since Citizens United, at the very least, yeah, like, oligarchy has been inevitable since Citizens United. But prior to that, we've been in oligarchy, yes, but now we're truly, like, properly in oligarchy. It was proto-fascism, that's true. It was neoconservatism and neoliberalism, which is something that you could really tie into proto-fascism, but the word proto-fascism is nonsense. It doesn't mean anything right now. That's what I mean by using words like that. Right-wingers are going to ignore you. Don't call it proto-fascism, ever in your head. Just it's not worth it. It's oligarchy. It's neoliberal, neoconservative. You have to have your words actually make it through. Just hit back with a, oh, your girl said your dick stinks. Now you mad. Go. I was never worked against authoritarians. It's true. Go low. When they go low, go lower. I literally got banned for this. Exactly. Just, like, keep it ethical. You can go lower than them without being a bad person. Like, I'm not saying you should go around calling each and every right-wing troll the N-word, but, you know, like, do what you can. You can say unethical things to these people in the method of get them to feel embarrassed about how they believe. Fear will never denazify these. You have to make them feel cringe. Why do you think I have, this emote in my... It's because Elon Musk is an idiot and he's cringe. It's funny to look at. You have to make fun of them. You have to make them feel like they're losers and they're weak. Oh shit, sorry Hansusa. I'm sorry, in YouTube chat, you're getting completely censored by my bot that's gone rogue. Nightbot just won't do what I tell it to do. I've turned off all moderation and it's still doing it. I've had it leave the channel officially now, so try again, please. Unfortunately, that means none of the links are going to pop off in the YouTube stream chat, but that'll be fine. If you guys over here jump over to YouTube and give me a like, that'd be pretty appreciated, though. And a follow. Now, we're halfway through this. I'm finishing this because I didn't read this. I waited for you people so I could read it, and it's very interesting. And I don't care. Good smells and associated words create pleasant feelings in us. Bad smells and words associated create unpleasant feelings in us. Usually good smells are used to create a sense of togetherness and community, but this thesis shows that sometimes people can also use bad smells to create a sense of togetherness and community. My thesis is particularly attentive to tensions and ambivalences that complicate the typical bifurcated affective spectrum of olfactory experience, drawing attention to displeasure olfactory relations that have socio-political unity. I can't think of an example of this. I'm sure we'll get to one in a second, but I would like to add into here that the example of we use smells to shape social groups is very, very true. And beyond this, this idea of pleasure and displeasure coming from smells goes back to my point of a large part of right-wing thinking is an inability to feel an unpleasant, uncomfortable sensation without reacting to it. Some of my most cherished treasures, childhood and earlier life memories have rushed back to me. My nose is healed after surgery. That happened to me after I quit smoking cigarettes. So it happens. So this is the most important sentence here. Words used to describe smell create intense feelings and emotions in us. These emotions lead us to certain biases. These biases get represented in literary fiction, but literary fiction can also help us change these associations. For example, you think of a butcher shop in terms of a disgusting smell, but then you read a novel in which the central character works at a butcher shop and you grow fond of that character. Now, every time you go to a butcher shop, you think of that character. After a while, you stop thinking of the butcher shop as disgusting and associate your favorite character with it. This is true. I got 7 days into quitting vaping, and then I went out on a date and I bought another one, and then I have a patch on. I'm still vaping, but once it's done, we're trying again. We're trying again in however long it takes this thing to die. So, I argue that literary fiction is not only an arena in which olfactory logics can be instantiated, okay, but also a laboratory in which possibilities for new kinds of relations and connections can be fostered and tested. No, vaping is not cool. It's bad for you, but I mean, it is what it is. It's rough. Hi, Market Zero. Quitting vaping is rough. It's actually rougher than quitting smoking cigarettes, by a lot. We know these are bad for you now, by the way. There's a new study came out, I think, a little while ago that showed direct, like, lung function being affected by this. I mean, no, but I have seen people use cigarettes to wean down off of nicotine to quit vaping, but you have to be like a really disciplined person to do something like that. It's really, really hard to do something like that. It's much easier to just throw on a patch, buy some nicotine gum, and don't do that. Cigarettes are worse for you physically, but they're much less addictive than vapes. Taking a hit of this has significantly more nicotine in it than a cigarette. And also you do this inside quite a lot, so you get a lot more nicotine in your body and you become much more addicted to the nicotine, which is why some people switch to cigarettes to try and quit this. For like the first 2-3 weeks, it sucks, but if you can get past that, you're generally good. I was all right at 7 days, as long as I didn't leave my house. What really helped me is yelling at chat. That helped me deal with the nicotine withdrawals a lot, actually. Well, I mean, we can tie this back. Cigarettes are gross because of their smell for the most part. I didn't mind the taste of the cigarettes that I smoked. I didn't like them at first, but I smoked Marlboro Lights for like 11 years. They had a very specific taste of like stale peanuts. And so I got used to that. But the smell is disgusting, gross, in fact. And so we can see how it's used to create thoughts and feelings in you based on that. Like, I'm laughing now at the thought of the smell of Marlboro Lights and the taste of stale peanuts. It has reminded me of this. It just goes back to what we're reading. The first week is the absolute worst. Yep. I don't mind the appetite increase because I'm on Vyvanse, and so I probably could do with eating a bit more than I already do. Just to, like, add in there. Yeah, the sugar does work. I used to smoke the cheap Chinese ones, so Marlboro is like a vape for me. Ugh. Anyway, let's get back to it. I keep getting distracted. You guys are really good at getting me off topic. Really, really good. My first cigarette was a Newport. I smoked Marlboro Lights, but my first cigarette was a Newport. No, hold on. I'm sorry. You've successfully distracted me now, certified garbage. By the way, menthol cigarettes are really fucking bad for you. Worse than regular cigarettes. But Newports are... you just reminded me. Yeah, Newport menthols. You just brought back my childhood. I remember just inhaling the pieces of fiberglass all day. Yeah, you don't want menthol. It's a better experience, but you're inhaling fiberglass. I mean, who really cares at this point? Isn't like our entire bodies filled with fucking plastic? Menthol make your dick small. Plastic in your nuts make your dick not work. There's plastic in your brain. There's plastic in your lungs. And fiberglass is what my lungs are craving so badly right now. It's mostly black people smoke Newports. That was always a thing that I remember hearing. Who knows? I saw a lot more people smoking Newports in North Carolina when I lived closer to black communities, so I suppose that tracks. Anyway, look, continuing on. How smell is understood as something non-human. This thesis is not concerned with real life, but representations in selected literary works. In Chapter 2, I explore the fantastical, idealistic, utopic thinking that surrounds olfaction and presents smell as a fundamentally non-human thing by addressing J.M. Coetzee's Disgrace, Virginia Woolf's Flush, Rachel Yoder's Night Bitch, and Laura Jean McKay's The Animals in That Country. As in, like, oh, and also George Orwell. We're missing one. Oopsie, I went too far. Chapter 1 explores how smell can be used to indicate class. Hey, look, I'm well ahead of the article. Good for me. Partially as they relate to homelessness, beginning when George Orwell's seminal nonfiction text The Road to Wigan Pier, before considering Ian Sinclair's The Last London and Bong Joon-ho's Parasite. Misogyny noir, excellent term there. Misogyny noir, where does that say that? Ah, yeah, I love that. That is an excellent term. Chapter 3 focuses on the intersectional olfactory dimensions of misogynoir, the extensive anti-black racism and misogyny that black women experience and consider Toni Morrison's Tar Baby. Read this thing, guys. Like, this is a really interesting thesis. I mean, we're on page 10, so we're gonna finish. We're gonna get to 13, but still. And then I'll read all your chats after. I'm just gonna focus on this so I stop getting distracted. We did that one. Cool. How words used to describe smell were used to racially discriminate against black folk, especially women. Well, don't need to read that every time. Chapter 3 focuses on the, oh, I guess I already read that. Love that. Chapter 4, how certain words used, stop laughing at me, used to describe smells associated with women and girls. These words lead to normalization of harassment and abuse of women and girls. In Chapter 4, I conceptualize an oppressive olfactory logic which is used against women and girls in order to legitimize their harassment or abuse, drawing primarily on Vladimir Nabokov's Lolita, but also Patrick Süskind's Perfume. I have not read any of these texts, by the way. I'm not big on reading, but I have vibes associated with these texts that I've heard in discourse, and I can tell, I get the gist of what this means. How reading fiction can change the way we think about smell and people. Chapter 5 discusses two forms of olfactory desire, perversion and queerness, which have separate moral valiances. I address J.M. Coetzee's The Master of Petersburg, Anne Quinn's Berg, and Sam Byers come join our disease and argue for fiction's role in reorientating readers' habitual relations to olefaction. I agree with this entirely, by the way. Like, whether it's smell or not, fiction can be a really useful tool in shaping how people view, like, reality. I mean, sometimes fiction shapes itself around reality. Other times, reality shapes itself around fiction. A good example of this, like just happening naturally without anyone doing it, is The Boys. The Boys isn't being written to like mirror events in the world. The Boys has like a general plot line, but the world has mirrored the events of The Boys and made it feel much more relevant. Fiction has effects on the ways we view nonfiction. Fiction is not real, but you know. So that's such a unique phenomenon. Adderall is not good for the PB. Oh well. Well, I mean, amphetamines generally aren't, at least from like, what, like, isn't like coke dick like a thing that people say? Usually I would have thought uppers would be not. All black dudes I used to take smoke breaks with worked retail, all smoked menthol. Yeah, it is indeed true. I figured it would be. Germans have good hookah and tobacco. The Turks have cheap tobacco, and I'm happy with that one. You guys in America can never explain about expensive cigarettes, ever. Don't complain to me about... A pack of Marlboro Lights when I left the United States in New Jersey was like $12. A pack of Marlboro Lights is 65 Australian dollars. I serve rich boomers all day at work and they fucking stink. It's like a certain point of wealth you became shameless and you stink no matter what. Well, we know for a fact that after a certain amount of money, it starts harming your mental health and you go insane. Like after a certain line, every rich person is fucking insane. So when I need to bum a smoke and someone was like, yeah, I got menthol, I'd be like, oh, fuck yeah. Fuck, okay, I guess. I would say, fuck yeah, because I like the little, just change of pace, you know? Also, yeah, you're right, by the way, Cheeseburger Murph. At least from my experience of working customer service, it really is their breath that stinks the most. Hey, Lennon, you're back! In which direction is this growing call for revolution coming from? Unfortunately, every side. Primarily, though, from the right, unfortunately, Lennon. South Korea had a failed military coup from martial law from the right, blaming leftists. We have France about to fall to the right either tomorrow or the day after. We have... Syria's doing all right, at least. I mean, they killed the guy leading the rebel group, but the rest of Syria seems to be at least, like the rebels seem to be doing all right. But yeah, no, the growing calls for revolution are not from our side. But that doesn't mean we can't take advantage of it. We can still take advantage of it. All right, so I feel like we've covered a decent amount of international news. We could probably jump to some American stuff now. Unbased, but at least we're going somewhere. True. It was $5.50 per pack of cigs when I quit in 2020. Jesus Christ, it's $65 here. Isn't going inside the war? I don't know what you mean, Karen. Okay, so Iran isn't going inside the war. Well, Iran isn't, like for Syria? No, they were never planning to officially. They're just using their proxy groups, but Israel's already bombing their proxy groups. Okay, we're changing gears. Everybody, I'm telling you right now, I don't want to hear about Syria just because I mentioned it. We're going to talk about America for a second. Just bear with me, because this shit is actually really fucking important. Kash Patel is going to be the new director of the FBI. This is the written out list of people that he wants to arrest. Of literal, like, the FBI director is, I'm coming into power and we're going to arrest all of these political opponents. So let's have a look at who's on this list. Well, we have Michael Atkinson, former Intelligence Community Inspector General, Lloyd Austin, the current Secretary of Defense, Brian Auten, Supervisory Intelligence Analyst within the FBI, James Baker, former General Counsel for the FBI, currently at the Brookings Institute, Bill Barr, John Bolton, Stephen Boyd, Joe Biden, John Brennan, John Carlin. They are literally, they're full on of like, hey, all these people are going to jail. Kamala Harris is on this fucking list. I mean, White House counsel, the director of national security under Obama, Hillary Clinton, James Comey, Mark Esper, Secretary of Defense under Trump. Like every single one of everyone's on this list. Chatty, everyone's on this list. I would almost end up on this list. I'm surprised Hassan isn't in the H section. It's like they've just looked at, all right, who's everybody who's ever said anything bad about us? Let's throw them on the list. Merrick Garland is on this list. Merrick Garland did nothing. Yeah, yet, to be fair, yet. We'll be on the list later. Although the FBI can't touch me. They don't have jurisdiction. They're gonna have to send who's the person that's CIA head? The other Russian agent that's not Tulsi Gabbard? Looking it up in a second. Let's see. John Ratcliffe, yeah. John Ratcliffe is gonna need to come for me instead of Kash Patel. I'll get extradited. What if I'm a citizen of this country as well? I mean, look, I said before, maybe if I run to like Pine Gap and I dig a Saddam Hussein-sized hole right next to the facility, maybe the geosynchronous satellite might not pick me up because I'll be too close to the compound, and I could put like a little like Starlink up on the on like right next to where I crawl in from the hole, so I can still do live streams. These are people that are the FBI director has like written out of he's going to arrest all of these people, as in deep state officials and government gangsters, as he has labeled them. Yeah, all these the FBI director believes every single one of the people on this list belong in prison and should probably also be killed. A lot of them they think they should be killed. If it was Bill Maher, I'd be okay with the rest. Maybe, yeah, honestly. If they just threw Elon Musk in here, I'd probably be okay with it too. If they just threw Elon on this list, I wouldn't complain. I mean, look, we got Hillary Clinton, we got Kamala Harris, we got Mark Esper, as we said, John Bolton, John Brennan, Bill Barr, who else is there? That's like a really noticeable name. Loretta Lynch, Kenneth McKenzie, Evelyn Farkas, I remember you. We had Merrick Garland over there. Then we have Ryan McCarthy, I remember you. And Dennis McDonough, or McDonough. Mark Milley, there you are. I was waiting for you. Oh, and Mueller. Of course. Yeah, John Podesta. Really? Like, you guys still care about John Podesta? Oh my goodness, that must be embarrassing. Yeah, so, did you guys know that, like, the Department of Government Efficiency, by the way, is essentially like a one-to-one recreation of the Gestapo? If you don't know what the FBI did to Kim.com and News, I know what they did. I'm fucking with you. They can get me. I'm not safe from the FBI or the CIA. I'm not safe from America if they want to get me. The Hillary one is funny, but, like, Hillary was really bad, but she has never been more vindicated. She's correct. That's the thing. She should go to jail, but she was correct in calling out Trump, calling out Tulsi Gabbard, calling out, like, the Russian collusion, the fucking Assadist bullshit. Like, all of what she said about these people turned out to be true. She still belongs in prison, but, like, It's the Nazi SS got their list to arrest, yeah. Kamala is never ever going to try and run again. I promise you, Lennon. Kamala Harris is not going to try and run again at all. That is something that they put out there in the news so that she could get more book sales, because, you know, now she becomes a future possible president, and she can charge more for her speaking engagements. Yeah, well, to be fair, this is the case for the vast majority of the Democratic Party. I mean, you can take that back to Hillary, you can take that to Biden in 2020, you could have taken that to Kamala this year. I still think that Bernie probably could have won this year. This would have been the most difficult year for him to win, would be this one, but, like, he would have easily won 2020 and 2016. Her, like, concession speech pissed me off. How are you gonna call this man a fascist and then just say nothing about it and then fuck off to Australia, like, then it's just to Hawaii, like you're Scott Morrison? Yeah, she doesn't care. This wasn't about, like, saving the country to her. It was about winning. She's a selfish Democratic establishment ghoul that fucked off immediately after. Again, what happened after Bernie Sanders lost the primary in both 2016 and 2020? He went around saying, hey, look, we didn't win, but this movement isn't about me. It's about the movement. It's about the billionaire class. It's about you. That's what he did. He was still there. He was out there talking. You know what Kamala Harris did? She did a Scott Morrison and went to Hawaii. Shit herself in a McDonald's bathroom in Sydney. Like, also, we're still on the U.S. We've been, I don't know if you've heard about the fact that they want to take out the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, right? Why do they want to do this? Well, I mean, a lot of reasons why they want to do this. But one of the reasons, I mean, some of the more important things that they do is these agencies stop people from stealing your info, like your social security number, which actually, speaking of social security, this is kind of important. I must remind myself in that Elon Musk commenting, interesting thread on, of all the deceptive sales techniques the US government has used on the American people, one of them, the Social Security Act, gets far too little attention. Buckle up because this is a wild ride. Buckle up because they're coming for your Social Security, they're coming for your pension, they're coming for your Medicare, they're coming for everything. I swear I saw Bannon in Montgomery, Alabama at an Irish bar. He was sitting alone. It was like 2 p.m. I wouldn't be surprised. I would have, I mean, I at the very least would have spit in his drink. Yeah, she really fucking bailed. We still saw him screaming from the rooftops on the issues that affected working class Americans. He does to this day. He's literally still doing it, Lennon. That's the difference in someone who gives a fuck. Him and AOC give a fuck. They're looking for a different method. Bernie Sanders was out there talking about how Americans deserve a stronger party than the Democrats, like today. There is a vast difference in people who actually give a shit. I remember supporting Ralph Nader when I was 17. Oh, man, I hope you didn't live in Florida, Hans Sousa. We covered this earlier at a different point, I think pre-election, when I was talking about why you shouldn't vote for Jill Stein. We read like a thread from a Ralph Nader voter in Florida who like forever was in full regret of their choice to make that vote. He looked sad, him with the beer. I mean, all Nazis are just like miserable people, and Steve Bannon is a Nazi. So I thought Bannon died of heroin overdose. No, Bannon was in prison. Bannon was in prison and got out right before the election. Does Elon want us to revolt because that's how you make people revolt? I'm thinking that they think that you're not going to. They think you're a bunch of pussies and you won't revolt. And that's not like even me trying to like instigate anything. I promise you, I'm just telling you the like objective truth of what they believe. They think of you the way you think of video game characters as NPCs. Jill Stein is a full fucking Russian agent. I mean, she looked nice sitting at Putin's right-hand side on a dinner table last year. 2024 would be worth it if on Christmas Day he supports the DSA, down with the Democrats. Well, like, they have supported the DSA. They have said you should vote for the DSA on a local level, and you should run for the DSA on the local level. We haven't gotten to, like, federal election talk yet, and it depends on how strong the DSA gets before the next federal election. They currently hold the most third-party seats out of any third party in America. They are working hard. Go run for your DSA. Your local, like, whatever it is. Go join them. Get stronger. Maybe we can actually have a cultural socialist revolution at some point. Might be great. I still think these idiots on the right are going to try and start a violent revolution from there. If we are in positions of power, we are able to grab attention. We are able to gain support. We are able to appear rational, valid. Our points will be listened to more often. And that gives us a better chance of A, preventing whatever the fuck the right was going to want to do, and B, making good changes, positive changes for everyone else. They spent so much on cops, they are daring people to, literally. They see you as a peasant tax, paying pushovers who want to upturn the gold-lined tables under the Uber elite taking everything off the... you guys need to, like, go back to grammatical, like, school and, like, learn that again, maybe. Maybe I do, too. Jesus. My friends, that's a Russian sympathizer voted for, Jill Stein. Well, I mean, your friend who's a Russian sympathizer voting for Jill Stein makes perfect sense because voting for Jill Stein is just the Russian vote. Florida, the deep south minus Scientology and Miami gangland. Ugh. Should we pretend that to be chuds and infiltrate the right? No, I don't think so. I think instead what you can do is just make the chuds feel really fucking cringe. Like laugh at the fact that Nick Fuentes was getting railed by Destiny. That's funny. Make fun of the chuds. It's not even like a bad thing. If it was anyone else, I would have been like, okay, cool. But the fact that it's a little like Nazi little incel, I want to make fun of him for it, even if it's a thing that I don't think it's worth making fun of you for. That's the difference. That's how you infiltrate your messaging to the right. You use some of their wording a little bit in that, you know, how you contextually word the argument or the joke that you're making. And then on top of that, you put in like an actual point. Yeah, they're literally talking about banning gays already. So, and stomach voting for DNR because of Israel-Palestine issue. Yeah, well, I mean, that was idiocracy. Pre-breakfast banana. I covered that like at length. If your friend was that much of a retard, I can't do anything about it. I mean, you could have maybe gotten them to watch me, but a lot of people watched me and didn't listen to me. People listen to me talk, but they don't do what I say, and then they come back a month later and like, oh, shit. So, the RNC is going to love Fuentes for that. Really? For, like, for Destiny? Though I thought they want to get rid of Destiny really bad. You said like a month ago. No, I said we should infiltrate our messaging. I don't think you need to infiltrate the Republican Party, especially now that we have the DSA, Lennon. I think you can if you want to, but I think that's more of a wasted effort. I think at best, it's better to infiltrate not politically, but culturally and try and bring over the Reds to our side from like a social standpoint, not a political standpoint, in how we engage with them. This is what I mean by go talk to your neighbors, even the ones you probably don't like, and that a lot of right-wing, like racist, transphobic, homophobic Republicans are not that bad in person because they aren't imagining you as you. They think of the worst possible like narrativization version of you that they listen to on Fox News. As you. So when they meet you in person, they tend to be a little less evil and Hitlerite. Make friends with these people, bring them into community, bring them over that way. That's why I try and not ban some of the right-wingers that are in here. I mean, I'm starting to having to push a little harder on that, mostly because once they realize I'm a leftist, they try and get me banned. But like, you need to do this politically and socially, and then also work on it economically. It's a multi-pronged approach. This is a hybrid war. Savvy strategy. Yes, heart-to-heart with populists and rightists has done well for me. Like, there's people in this community that were Trump voters that didn't vote Trump this time around. You want to do global death and no more jalapeno poppers. Wasn't that what someone said to me yesterday when I, the other day when I was saying that we need to, like, go to war with Russia? Or not we, as in, like, let the UK go to war with Russia. Oh, cool, it's Hateful Sadist. You have, like, 2 chat messages worth of allowance before I ban you for saying something horrible. Unless you want to actually engage in good faith, I'm going to give you the chance, you know, just be a normal person. Yeah, well, no, the UK is talking about going to war with Russia if America backs out of NATO. We've covered it. Go watch the earlier streams. We got other shit to talk about. So, Elon Musk reaffirms that he will politically oppose any Republican senator who does not vote to confirm Kash Patel. He has said in the past that any government official that pisses him off or Donald Trump off is going to get funded by Elon Musk in their primaries. So, great. Yeah, how in the world is Elon Musk running the government? Putin gifted it to him. That's how. No, it won't. The UK would fucking annihilate Russia. Russia ain't shit, Hans Sousa. You gotta go watch the stream from the beginning again. I've covered it at length that Russia ain't shit. The very beginning of the stream is actually me showing Russian propaganda techniques as well as how they try and negotiate with the West, their sabotage manuals, their ability to lie at length, and they literally will just pretend that I mean, look, they've been making threats about nuclear weapons for 2 weeks. We've still been hitting them with the ATACMS. Where's that nuclear strike they were threatening? They lie every time. They lie every time. Australia would probably lose against Russia. I'll say that. We would probably lose. Bob Graham, what about him? Mate, where the fuck do you run into like all these political officials in bathrooms and bars, certified garbage? What do you do? Christ. Anyway, yeah, this is fucked. The fact that like a private oligarch, let's call him what he is an oligarch, is well, yeah, make good or stop fronting. Honestly, I'm on board with that. They're never going to hit that nuclear button. They're fucking like never going to. If they did, I don't believe most of them would go off. They won't because it doesn't benefit them. They will lie because they want you to be afraid, and they know that we're afraid, and that we'll give them something for it. It's like Israel and Joe Biden. How many red lines has Russia drawn that we've crossed? More than Joe Biden drew and Israel crossed. We didn't do anything about it. They're not going to do anything about it. I'm not afraid of the big red button. No, I am not either. I'm not saying we would lose in like a war. It's like Russia wouldn't. I never even by that meant that Russia would annex Australia. I'm saying if Australians went to Russia to war, we'd probably lose. The Australians like fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, but Russia is a bit different. He's Trump's attack dogs against liberals and dissenting Republicans. You're right. That is Musk's role in this. I don't know, guys. It's pretty fucked. I mean, like, look, these are the fucking people that are in our government now, you know? They're complaining about, never forget when the Democrats did this in our house. No other flag should be allowed in our house. Literally, like, people who fought a fucking war to not be America. What did he say? I have to go look at that. Hold on, I'm curious now. If Lenin timed you out, you said something bad. Never mind, not even that bad. Oh, it's up to you. Lenin has the authority to do whatever the fuck they want. Y'all lost to emus. This is true. We did lose to emus. I did talk about that last stream. I was in the side of the interstate of Florida, and I was working. Oh, okay, interesting. If they rolled up here, we'd fuck them up. If we rolled up there, we would lose them. Why that flag? Do they want to bring back slavery? Yes, of course they do. Of course they do. On a motorcycle without gloves, my knuckles turned blue in sub 32 degrees weather. Ooh, yeah, that was, that's not fun. That's happened to me before in that, like, I thought I didn't need any gloves, and then I left the house, and I was, late for work one day, and it was like 5 o'clock in the morning. It was 18 degrees Celsius. Or no, not 18 degrees Celsius, 18 degrees Fahrenheit. My hands were blue by the time we got to work. We actually made a treaty with the emus, and they're on our side now. Well, yeah, there are, our special defense forces, you know? They'll rally around once, if the Australian army is ever defeated, the emus will come in and break the flanks of the enemy and give us a chance to, regroup. But yeah, these people are fucking traitors. This is what Republicans like, though. You see so many of these people walking around with these goddamn, traitor flags. This is the Democrats-supported Jim Crow slavery types. Yeah, they're that kind of people. You know. And, by the way, like, it's not just some religious groups actually believe in slavery. Do you guys forget the black Nazi who was running for North Carolina's governor, and he was in favor of slavery? Like, it was literally a black Nazi running for governor, and he was pro-slavery. There's so much pro-slavery sentiment on the right, especially you're right in religious groups, but in general, like pretty much in general. Oh, by the way, you guys all know that the Health and Human Services Secretary RFK is a heroin addict, right? We need to talk to him and ask him what that was about, maybe. I'm unemployed and temporarily disabled. Government did their job. True. There's a Twitch streamer called Brushfire Mind that I clipped saying how slavery was a good thing. Oh. I mean, I don't know who that is, but like, I'm sure you can get an out of context clip of me saying that from just right now. We were talking about Bernie Sanders a second ago. Let's have a look at what he said here. Well, you can, but like, also, I grew up in New Jersey with a lot of opiate addicts around, and the chances of recovery from that are not quite high. Yeah, RFK, you guys didn't see this? Hold on. This is just like a funny one, even. This isn't even like the worst that it can get. Yeah, the homeland of New Jersey. I grew up like right by New York City, so you'll catch me going back and forth between calling myself from New Jersey and New York. Don't get pissy about it. Here we go. Let's find RFK. Remember, kids, to always take your meth. I mean, only if you have ADHD. Well, where is it? I have too many friggin' source documents. Is it here? No? Why don't I just go on Twitter and find it instead? I always go through my sources, and I always know that it's so much easier to just go on Twitter and find it there. Was Jersey accurate at all? That was a strange show. Like Jersey, I've never seen the show Jersey. Are you talking about Jersey Shore? Because no, that's only accurate to South Jersey. I went to New Jersey to see my family. They were in rural half of New Jersey, though, not the urban half. Yeah, I was in the top half, not the bottom half. Here we go. It's very accurate to South Jersey. This is the guy in charge of healthcare, by the way. Wait, what? Okay, but that's not what I wanted to show you. This is what I want to show you.
And I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still and I could read.
This man just has fucking ADHD and just needs to be medicated for it. I don't know what you Russian people are saying, but hello. He just has unmedicated ADHD. He's like, I needed to do heroin about it. Why do you think we're invading Mexico, guys? It's to directly link the foundry where they make all of the fentanyl to his body, like IV it straight into him so he never runs out. He's got life experience in what not to eat and things that may contain brainworms. Yeah.
The second night of the Democratic Convention featured this incredible moment where Bernie gave a speech slamming billionaires.
Slava Ukraini. And also, I hope you all are in favor of Georgian independence. I can't read Russian, I'm not going to try, but, you know.
Not just the billionaire class.
Why is it so quiet?
Immediately followed by J.B. Pritzker touting his status as a billionaire.
But take it from an actual billionaire.
You should never, God, I was about to Fed post myself.
Followed
Jesus.
by the former CEO of American Express saying that
It's possible, in fact necessary, for a president to be both pro-business and pro-worker.
You should be shot into the sun out of a cannon. That's not a Fed post, because that's obviously like being very hyperbolic and dramatization. Now, cool. They're in favor of sovereign Georgia. Lovely. The Russian alphabet is pretty easy to learn, except I spent my COVID time on Duolingo learning German, not Cyrillic. So, well, it depends. It really depends. I kind of liked the idea Zelensky had up. That seemed somewhat fair. I mean, it still fucks over Ukraine, but it was the most fair they were going to get. But they're never going to accept the idea of Russia can keep all of its land gains, including Crimea, if Ukraine just gets to go to NATO. They're not going to say yes, even though they should. I mean, to be fair, I don't want Russia to gain any land from it at all. But if we're going to do it, yeah. Russian KD 0.3. Mexican-American War Part 2, and this time in 20 years we'll be fighting a civil war over capitalism. Honestly, Lenin, pretty likely to happen. Anyone read Russian? Can you guys tell me if these people are trolls or not?
I bring that up because I want to just follow up that question about the big tent. Your argument about how the tent poles should be economic.
I'm good. I don't think Georgians write in Cyrillic. They don't. Georgians don't write in Cyrillic. These are Russian letters. And I mentioned Georgia because the Russian government is trying to like coup Georgia from the inside right now. We talked about it earlier in stream. If you missed it, you can go and check it out on YouTube or, yeah.
Populism. Why hasn't it
I'd
been
have to
that?
type it into
And-
Google
and
Translate
what
every
kind of
time, and I'm not going
pushback
to do that.
Have you heard from your colleagues or other folks in the Democratic Party when you make the argument that you're making? An argument that, by the way, I agree with.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Republican Party and the Democratic
Oh,
Party
some of these are Ukrainian? Okay, that's based. It's hard to tell from my Western point of view.
built the existing neoliberal economic order, and the core belief is that the market.
Oh, pre-breakfast banana. Trust me, I understand. This was me talking about Syria the other day. Hush, woman, don't disturb us. We don't understand you. Right in chat. That was the last one that I got translated from Skazimov Babushka over there. Skazimov Babushka told me to be quiet because I'm a woman. Love that. Love that.
The right incentives and adjustments can deliver happiness and meaning and purpose and fulfillment. And so that permitted billionaires to exist because it was okay for people to make lots of money because the market.
That's not why I timed you out. I timed you out because, honestly, oh wait, no, I didn't time you out. Never mind. That's the Lenin.
Was ultimately going to make us
Wasn't
all
me.
happy.
I didn't do it this time.
And that just is not the case. It's not true. And it is not proven to actually make people's lives better. You do need a firmer government hand to break up concentrated power, to create fair rules for consumers.
What the fuck are you people talking about? This was the person responding to the one that said, hush, woman. What's the head? Tisk, last meat is being collected. Are you guys like literal Russian agents doing an op right now? Are you like sitting in an office in St. Petersburg? I'm not a grandma, I'm a grandpa. Fuck, what the fuck are you people on about?
And workers to create a basic economic floor so that luck matters a little bit less in your life. But I think we're still having.
Well, I understand that that's not a correct, proper translation, but like I can't even understand the topic.
A debate inside the Democratic Party about whether that sort of unapologetic belief in the market as the means to deliver happiness is still a truism. I think there's much more resistance to that idea. I think
No more non-English in the chat that I can't read. It's confusing. Cheeseburger Merv, this is the horrible video that you linked of something you clipped, right? Or was this certified garbage? It was one or the other.
For those of you...
Oh, one of you has shown me this person before. Oh, I think it was on election night. We checked their stream. They were horrible.
And this is way off topic, so I'm not going to spend much time on it. But for those of you who have family, friends who are bought into this particular delusion, let me clarify something for you. Slavery was a moral good.
Idiots. I mean, look, to be fair, we watched Tucker Carlson say this like a couple weeks ago. Yeah, like, I don't want the fucking babble in there. Me debate them? Why? What could I possibly say that would, like... I would not... No, it's brain damage. That's what it is. Imagine the level of brain damage you'd be giving me by making me talk to these fucking retards. There's no way. Hell no. Yeah, but content that harms me. I mean, I'm debating Lenin near Christmas, I think. We were supposed to do that today, but me and Lenin got the days confused, so I think we're going to do that a couple weeks from now. I use it specifically pointed at those people. It's mostly just like a rhetorical... Going back to what I was saying earlier, you know, you got to get your messaging to fit in with the narrative. You and Lenin 2v2 them. Me or Lenin could 1v2 them if we didn't want the brain damage.
Raise a question of the privileges of the...
This is about the Matt Gaetz investigation, by the way. This is, what's his name? Something Caston. Jeffrey?
House.
Jeffrey Caston?
The form of resolution to Representative Matt Gaetz.
Sean Caston, all right.
Question of the privileges of the House.
Propaganda should be in full swing.
The form of the resolution is as follows. House Resolution. Directing the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives to release to the public the committee's report on its investigation into allegations against former Representative Matt Gaetz.
They really need to do this. By the way, I agree with you, hateful sadist. As an autistic person, I've never, like, no one calls me that because I'm autistic. It's not a slur that's used in that way. It used to be. Now it just means Elon Musk.
Whereas, on April 9th, 2021, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives announced that it had begun to investigate allegations that Representative Matt Gaetz may have engaged in sexual misconduct and/or illicit drug use, shared inappropriate images or videos on the House floor, misused state identification records, converted campaign funds for personal use, and/or accepted a bribe, improper gratuity, or impermissible gift in violation of the rules of the House, laws, or other standards of conduct.
Are they not going to mention the sex trafficking and the pedophilia? Also, Cheeseburger Merv, based idea, you're going to get, like, arrested in 5 seconds, though.
Whereas over 3 years...
Like, the FSB is at your door right now.
The Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives compiled an extensive investigative record pursuant to Committee Rules 14A3 and 18A into allegations that Representative Gaetz may have engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use.
He did.
Accepted improper gifts, dispensed special privileges and favors to individuals with whom he had a personal relationship, and sought to obstruct government investigations of his conduct.
Oh shit, hold on, sorry, I'm going through my sources and I'm like, there's so much stuff I forgot because we were so focused on foreign policy that, like, I forgot about this. Trump is literally being bribed $18 million by the Chinese right now. Like, right now. Right now. No, it's not the FSB that does anything to gay bars. It's like the Russian regular police, but you're talking about opening one over there. Well, actually, yes, presidenting is profitable because you know what else? Well, first of all, like, we know that he embezzled a fuckload of money when he was president the first time, but Don Jr. just joined the board of a different company and its share price went up 106% today, so. Chinese national charged with fraud by the SEC just sent Donald Trump $18 million. Chinese crypto entrepreneur. Oh, look, we keep running into crypto. I am genuinely afraid that they might actually do it. I still think it might be too difficult for them to manage, especially with the level of competence that these people have shown. But they really could just rob us all blind in, like, 16 days. 16 days. They could just rob all of us blind entirely. Will they? Probably not. But every time I see crypto, it's all I can think about. Paid $6.2 million for a banana sold by Conceptual Arts, then ate it last Friday. On November 25th, Sun purchased $30 million in crypto tokens from the World Liberty Financial, a new crypto venture backed by Donald Trump. Sun said his company Tron was committed to making America great again. Fucking hell. What are you guys on about? So, $30 million investment in World Liberty Financial, which is Trump's own, like, cryptocurrency. Direct and immediate benefits for Trump. A filing from the company in October revealed that $30 million of the initial net protocol revenues will be held in reserve to cover operating expensive indemnities and obligations. After the reserve is met, a company owned by Donald Trump, DT Marks Duffy LLC, will receive 75% of the net protocol revenues. Before Sun's purchase, Trump was entitled to nothing because the reserve had not been met. But Sun's purchase covered the entire reserve, so now Trump is entitled to 75% of the revenues from all other tokens purchased. As of December 1st, there have been 24 million World Liberty Financial tokens sold, netting Trump $18 million. Look, again, they could just steal all of the money in 16 days. On December 20th, Congress has to vote to raise the debt ceiling. Again, let me be very clear. The likelihood of this actually happening, not high. It's hard. But could they? Yes. Do they have every single person that they would need in a position of power to do something like this? Yes, they do. Which is essentially to default on the US debt. Dollar crashes because not backed by gold. Replace dollar with World Liberty Financial cryptocurrency. All of the people involved are, you know, in the crypto sphere, including the Treasury Secretary. Suddenly the dollar's gone and we've run on crypto. And look, there's a very limited amount of crypto, and they have all the money now. You wonder what I would look like with curls. I've had like curled hair before. Just make sure you get some crypto there just in case. I can't afford to buy any crypto. I'm broke as shit. Y'all gotta sub if you want me to buy some crypto. This is the coldest debate ever. They're bringing up debates from before the steam engine. Like, come on, get over your whiny supremacy and skull measurements. True. Deplete the treasury seems... Well, it's not deplete the treasury. It's just to not fund the debt ceiling. They could just vote to... And they've said they might, by the way. This is like... There's been discourse on the subject that has hinted at this. I really do think that it is difficult for them to do something like this, but it's not running up the debt. It's defaulting on the debt. Yeah, it's defaulting on the debt, which then drops the value of the dollar worldwide, which allows them to substitute the dollar with their crypto. Because not only is every house of government run by Republicans, the Treasury Secretary is in crypto, Elon Musk is in crypto, Donald Trump is in crypto, JD Vance is in crypto, Peter Thiel is in crypto. They could theoretically do this. It wouldn't be the first time in history, but it would be absolutely insane. I'm worried about it, but I'm not like panicked about it. I did my best to explain this as simple as I could pre-breakfast banana. I'm saying we'll continue to spend, increase the ceiling, but it'll continue to spend on things. Well, it's either that hateful sadist or what I've said. There's no third option. The third option of like reduce spending on stupid things, increase public spending, which is what I would do. Cut military spending, cut corporate like tax breaks down, bring corporate tax rate up to like fucking, I don't know, 87%. And that's what I would do. But this is different. You know, they're run by the bourgeoisie, the elites. They want power and money. The entire Republican campaign is to get rid of smart people and put in regular Joes, literally people that won't question them. You could put some blue, pink, purple colors, what's that called, a feather? I don't know. Costa Rica, Ecuador, many moderate Muslim majority places use the US $100 actual hand-to-hand currency. Latin America, we would not give a fuck about what happens to those countries in this context. Just to be clear, speaking from like the American political establishment end. If we tie the US dollar to crypto, no, it's not tying the US dollar to crypto. It's swapping them. It's allowing the like debt to be defaulted on, the dollar to crash, and removing the dollar as the US's currency and putting crypto in it. We wouldn't be the world's reserve currency anymore. Probably not under that. But I don't think they care. Because, like, again, there's only so much money that matters until power matters. Would you rather be, like, a trillionaire among 5 other, like, trillionaires and a bunch of 100 billionaires? Or would you rather have $10 billion in a world where nobody else has $1 billion? It would still fit in with their thought processes. They're insane and their narratives. Millions of Latinos would be hurt, but, well, I mean, the fact that millions of Latinos would be hurt just makes it more likely that they'll do it. Just for the, like, the sadist aspect of it, Hans Sousa. Yeah. So be prepared for a potential something like this happening, but again, I don't expect it to. This shit's difficult to properly accomplish. But then at the same time, you got to remember that this is the kind of conversation we have around, like, I don't know, investigations these days.
He's a highly decorated veteran. As I recall, 2 Bronze Stars fought in, I believe, 2 theaters of war, combat service, by the way. We haven't had that in quite some time. So my other point is this. You're going to get to these hearings. I don't see why the FBI, in its present constitution, in the FBI, I don't see why they should be allowed to vet anybody. They don't deserve it. They haven't earned it. Putting in Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and others to...
Literally, like, you guys know that Kash Patel is associated with QAnon, right? Like, he would get Q drops. By the way, QAnon is Michael Flynn. Kash Patel is literally suing a journalist for talking about how he's connected to QAnon, where there's literal, like, actual Q drops with his name in them. $10 million suing a journalist for that. He's gonna get to be head of the FBI with a little fucking hit list. Yeah. All of this ties together. Every single thing here is connected. Everything happening in America ties to Russia. Everything happens to Russia ties to China. All of it is together because our entire globe is connected in every way. There is no country that is an island unto itself. Anything that happens in, I don't know, Nigeria still has ramifications no matter where you are in the world. And yeah, look, you're right with Latin America. I mean, look at fucking Milei in Argentina. He literally did the Project 2025 plan. He came to America, asked the Heritage Foundation for help, and they gave him the Project for 2025 plan. He took it home and he did it. That's what happens. So Argentina is what happens if you uncritically just, like, apply Project 2025 in a country like Argentina. What's QAnon even about? Schizophrenia, mostly. It's conspiracy theory about, like, essentially someone that was in the government close to Trump that had high-level security clearance that was helping Donald Trump fight the deep state behind the scenes and would post, like, incoherent nonsense as breadcrumbs to get a bunch of right-wingers to spend, I don't know, 6 hours on the internet, like, looking at pictures, trying to be like, oh, well, this cloud formation matches this cloud formation from this post from, like, Donald Trump's Twitter page when he was taking a photo in Air Force One, and, like, oh, well, it says follow the money, and so, like, we got to follow where the money goes, and it leads to Soros because there's, like, a Soros little hint somewhere in the letter. It's like an Easter egg hunt for idiots. Well, it's not that, Hans Sousa. It's meant to read like that because that's the target audience. I was there, like, when QAnon became a thing. I was dating a right-winger who was on fucking 4chan.poll looking at QAnon, telling me, like, oh, look, this is going to happen next week. It never happens, of course. It never, ever, ever happens. They just move the goalpost all the time. It was Michael Flynn. That's who it was. The person writing the QAnon drops was Michael Flynn. And yeah, it is I was dating a right-winger who was on 4chan when QAnon came out. And it was quite funny to watch up until it got annoying, and then I stopped dating that person.
Clean the corrupt stables of the Justice Department and the FBI. Why can't the Senate, without the FBI, let the Senate do its own job with its own staff and come up with its own questions? That's my last question to you, sir.
We pretty much do that anyway, Larry.
Flynn would regularly, like, use QAnon quotes. He would regularly say things like, the QAnon, like,
I don't listen to that.
I don't know if it's like a prayer or like a, they had, like, a saying. It was like, where we go all, shit like that. Like, I mean, look at this. Whoa, that's not what we're looking at. It's not just random crazy people on the internet. Former advisor and VP consideration Michael Flynn dove deep into QAnon, is what they say. He is QAnon. This is the QAnon, like, so yeah, it was their thing, like a prayer. But there you go. I mean, if you want more information on the subject, what's his name? Jim Stewartson is a really good source on Michael Flynn and QAnon. This guy made a documentary on the subject. He's the one Kash Patel suing for $10 million. Actually, here's incoming FBI Director Kash Patel on longtime QAnon show last year explaining how the radical left will light the Constitution on fire. Michael Flynn's mini-me, Kash Patel, is suing me for $10 million for calling him a chud on Twitter.
Are sitting on the sidelines because of their, but right now these hypocrites are sitting on the sidelines because of their universal hatred for Donald Trump. This is a sham democracy at play here in the United States of America in 2023, and not a single radical left-wing Democrat can sit there and dictate to the rest of the world.
Flynn is the Russian agent. He's also QAnon. Obviously, like, Russia is directly tied in with these people. That's what we mean. Like, QAnon itself is a Russian conspiracy.
The fake Bureau of
Anyway, I feel like that's enough for the Russians on today. I got a couple more things I want to show you, and then I want to end on something actually fun for once instead of depressing. But before we get to the fun, you guys seen this? Here are some policy ramifications of Senate Bill 382 from North Carolina. Prevents Governor-elect Josh Stein from appointing members onto the State Board of Elections by transferring that authority over to Republican Auditor-elect Dave Balik. Makes the State Highway Patrol an independent agency, requires Josh Stein, the governor-elect, to get the General Assembly's approval for a 5-year appointment. If a Supreme Court or a Court Appeals vacancy emerges, Stein must fill it from a list of recommendations provided by the political party of the departing judge, thus preventing him from filling a potential GOP vacancy with a Democrat. Removes the seats of Wake County Superior Court Judge Brian Collins and Forsyth County Superior Court Judge Todd Burke. Collins and Burke have ruled against election law that GOP lawmakers put over in the last 4 years. This is the Orban playbook. This is them removing your democracy. Prohibits Attorney General-elect Jeff Jackson from participating in lawsuits that undercut actions taken by the General Assembly. The bill says Jackson shall not, as a party, amicus, or any other participant in action pending before a state or federal court in another state, advance any argument that would result in invalidation of any statute enacted by the General Assembly. For the Attorney General of the state. Prevents Lieutenant Governor-elect Rachel Hunt from chairing committees on energy issues. This bill eliminates the Energy Policy Council, which would have been chaired by the Lieutenant Governor. Prevents Democratic Superintendent of Public Instruction-elect Mo Green from appealing decisions made by the Charter School Review Board. Reduces the time frame voters can cure their provisional ballots from 9 days to 3. Like, this is, we hate you. This is the North Carolina Republicans fucking hate you. Speaking as someone who also lived in North Carolina, they fucking hate you. Republicans hate you. And I'm not talking about the voters. A lot of them hate you too. But Republican politicians, on principle, hate you. All of you, every single one of you. They want you to suffer. They want to siphon every amount of happiness and wealth from your life and leave you that way. That's what they want. Okay, well, we got to the depressing bit. Let's jump into some interesting stuff. You guys want to see some cool shit from the past? I mean, the Dems hate you too, but the Dems at least hate you quietly. The Republicans hate you openly. Did you guys want to see some cool shit from the past? And by cool shit, I mean the very first one of these is terrifying. Seats of an airplane in 1930. That is scary. I don't know about you, but like, I wouldn't feel safe in the sky in one of these things. I don't know what the outside of this looks like, but oof. This was a baby cage from the 20s. We still have these in some places. People mainly use them for pets like cats. This was the idea of, you know, kids can get fresh air. This wasn't like a bad thing. at the time. You know, this was open mouth, jaw dropped. Yeah, that was my first reaction too. And probably more comfortable than a modern airline. Well, you certainly get more foot space than a modern airline. I'll tell you that much, pre-breakfast banana. Like I said, we still have these. We use these for like cats often. This was a ridiculous idea to have of provide fresh air for toddlers. Yeah, I don't want to know how many of these toddlers who were getting fresh air ended up meeting the pavement faster than they would have wanted to. This is a candle snuffer from the 1840s, eh? Oh, that's a satisfying click. Oh, I've seen these before. All right, I know what that is. I'm not that young. I think my mom has some of these. 3,300-year-old hairstyle preserved on ancient Egyptian head. That one's pretty fucking cool. That's 3,000-year-old hair. That's hair from before Jesus. Sorry, I had to hit the vape. 1896 planetary pencil point sharpener. I mean, that's the pencil sharpener I had in the classrooms growing up in school, so that's not all that interesting to me. Can I put my hair in that style? No, I don't. I can't braid hair like that. By the way, do you know how much hair I have? Like, I could just take half my hair, take it off of, like, the rest of me, and you can't tell that half of my hair is up right now. Why are we on this? Because I'm done with, like, all the important topics of the day, and I wanted to touch on some more interesting stuff. Actually, not done with all of the more important topics of the day. I have some more stuff that I still have to talk about. I just want to have a break and talk about some fun stuff for a second. You have more hair than me? Jesus. I think the guy from The Offspring had hair like that a long time ago. Time to donate. I mean, yeah, please do. That'd be great. Oh, 1920s toaster. That's cool. I want one of those so bad. It makes the turn. I don't know why I like it so much, but I would never use a regular toaster if I had one of these. Yeah, no, that's so much better than any regular toaster. Oh. I didn't go through this thread, by the way. Like, anytime I find stuff like this for you guys, I don't look through it.
Press a button.
It's much more fun to look at it together, but... So this is King Carlo Alberto's Royal Italian writing desk from the 1840s. How interesting is this going to be? Probably not that bad. That is a badass toaster.
First we have here is you press a button and the writing slope comes out. So if you want to...
I have a feeling that someone's going to get mad at me for that music. Okay. This is just a... Wait, hold on. Never mind. This is a way cooler desk than I thought it was.
And the writing slope comes out. So if you want to be able to write on something at an extra slope.
So then on the sides, you press one of the buttons and a secret drawer comes out. Of course, you got to have the secret drawers for a king. Ah, wow, like in the lion's mane too. Like, I love designs like that. Why don't we make stuff like this anymore, guys? Like, what happened to, like, craftsmanship? I know what happened to it. It's capitalism, but, like, you know. It's like something from National Treasure. We used to make everything like this when things weren't made for profit, when people were proud of, like, the work that they did, and someone did a job because they, I don't know, liked their job or wanted to create something cool. That's kind of the stuff that came out of that. And now we make everything for profit and everything's trash and breaks in, like, I don't know, 5 minutes. Capitalism choked out small craftspeople. Yeah. Like, you don't see things like made like this anymore. No one's putting secret buttons into fucking tables. It was profit back then too. Yeah, of course, profit was always a thing here, Sanjay, you say, but that wasn't the, like, overarching mass societal, like, aim, you know? It wasn't mass manufactured, which is part of this, but it also, there was more of a respect for just, like, doing a thing. This is from, like, 1840, you know? This is pre-Marx. Can't make that out of reconstituted industrial sawdust waste. It's kind of the issue, yeah? Here's some roller skates from, 1920s. People, yeah, no, of course, only super rich people got that. Of course. It's not about people who had it. It's about people who made it. That's my issue there. Obviously, like that only exists for the wealthy. The bourgeoisie were the only ones who had access to these things. But people made them not for the bourgeoisie, but because they were proud of the craftsmanship they were putting in. The guy who made that table didn't give a fuck about the king, more than likely. He was just really proud of the table he made. I would be willing to bet. These look like some really dangerous roller skates. Fabergé eggs would fit that. Yeah, I suppose. They would fit that, yeah. I mean, again, stuff made for wealthy people, but not made by the working class specifically to, like, market, you know? It was like they were making this and the wealthy person saw it, liked it, and bought it, or commissioned it. But this person had the idea to make that, had the means to make it, had the not only the means and the ability to make it, but was given the opportunity to. You could have a craftsman like that today, except their company would never allow them to make something like that because it would be a waste of, like, possible profit for extra, like, zazz on the objects or whatever, you know? So everything's plain. Why don't cars do this anymore? Is it because it, like, messes with the tires? I feel like that would be why cars don't do this anymore, because it wears out the tires. Which, by the way, that's why you have plastic in your brain and in your lungs and in your heart and in your, like, reproductive organs. It's because of car tires. Obviously, we have plastic everywhere, and you're eating and drinking plastic as you go about your day, but you're also breathing in a lot of plastic from cars that drive on the road, and their tires wear out, and then that goes into the air, and you breathe in that tire dust. I love this. This is adorable. What'd you send me? The donut effect persists. Major U.S. cities may never again look like they did before the pandemic. Where's the shelf life of a freshly baked donut? 2 days. What is this about? What's the donut effect? I suppose we'll have a look. Bloom's research of the donut effect, a term he helped coin that refers to hollowing out of big city financial districts. Yeah, of course, yeah. This is true in that, like, it's not even hidden. A lot of the hollowing out of these financial districts comes from venture capital firms just buying property and not filling it, leaving it empty for the property prices to go up. But the issue is it makes these cities unlivable. The thing about a city that people often forget is that you want to be able to walk around it. You want it to be pretty. If your financial district in your city, whatever city you live in, is ugly, has empty buildings, has graffiti everywhere, people don't want to go walk around and do shopping in the financial district. They don't go to different, like, restaurants. They don't go talk to each other. They don't go shop at small local businesses because walking around outside isn't appealing. It's also an issue with the idea of, like this road right here that they're showing is ungodly large. There is no need for this road on this road. To that point, I saw Spike Lee lamenting on how the livability of Brooklyn sagged downward last decade. True. I spent a year in Brooklyn, and that was in 2015. So I'd like that if they added ways to walk through all the buildings and crosswalk. Walkable cities, that's communism. No, it's true. Well, in fact, it's not even just communism, OMG6. They want to do it too. They're talking about freedom cities that they want to build that are literally just 15-minute cities, but with the word freedom in them. Cities are fun because of the cultural experience. If you make it hard for people to earn a living doing different things, you have a boring city. Yeah. Istanbul is a really fucking fun city to be in. You know why? Because everywhere you look, there's culture. Everywhere you look, there's community. Everywhere you look, there's some interesting stuff. There's small little shopkeepers that do their own, like, little niche creations. There's some autist in the corner over there that's, like, collecting antiques from, I don't know, the 1740s. The way that your city looks affects the behavior of your, like, population. But also, like, again, transportation is a huge part of this. These massive roads are not good. They're not functional in the same way. I want to save this for next hack. I'm putting this in my source document because I want to read this whole thing and I want to do a whole segment on public transportations and cities at some point. So I'll save that for then. But thank you, Sentient Juice. No, I meant bridges and ramps between the buildings, make it a playground. I mean, that sounds fun too. I'm okay with that. I needs my freedom fried from a food cart. Istanbul has tons of activity on. Yeah, literally. I mean, it's not even just Istanbul. Go to like Tokyo. Tokyo is another good example of a very walkable city with a lot of activity, with a lot of shit to do in the area, and you don't need a car to get around it. Excavators uncover evidence for the emergence and the rejection of the earliest state institutions in Iraq. Bruh. I mean, interesting stuff, but again, like, read it in a minute. What is this? Oh, it's a shaving blade sharpener. I was like, that looks dangerous. You have tons of this stuff. Well, post them in the Discord then, mate. You think I don't like look at the news stuff that you guys put in Discord and see if it's worth talking about on stream? Because I do. I used to be tech news guy for a reason. That's true. And you are still the person I go to for tech questions. All right, all that shit's cool. I suppose we've had enough of nice stuff. Let's go back into some of the bad stuff. Actually, we can start off with some bad but also kind of funny stuff and then move into the really bad stuff.
After Donald Trump won the
yeah. Did you not just get the Discord invite now? It should be in the chat. It just won't. Oh, it's on. You won't show up on YouTube. That's right, because I had to turn off Nightbot. There you go. You don't need to know how to do Discord very much. It's a server with different like chat rooms that you will have access to that you can come in and chat with everyone else from the community. It's also where I post like updates that, hey, I like streams live and all that. So, Trump suggests Canada become the 51st state during a tariff discussion with Justin Trudeau. Genuinely funny.
Election, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau flew down to Mar-a-Lago. That meeting did not appear to go well. Fox News is reporting that Trudeau warned Trump that his tariff proposal would kill the Canadian economy, to which Trump replied that Canada could then become the 51st state and that Trudeau could be governor. Joining us now, staff writer for The Atlantic and MSNBC political.
I gotta say, like, I obviously, like, this is a terrible thing, a terrible idea. That's not gonna happen, but fuck, Donald Trump is actually really funny sometimes. Justin's gonna be out of office by next year, so it's gonna be, the crazy neighbor's gonna have their own crazy friend move in next door, pre-breakfast banana. Canada's cooked, sorry.
Contributor Mark Leibovich, this is just such a strange story. And from the reporting,
I really wish we were all fucking normal, Chatty TV. I really wish we were all normal. I have never missed like Dick Cheney level Republicans as much as I do now. If I could go back and just have my current span of life be, I don't know, like I could be 29 in 2001 instead of, I don't know, 5, I'd be much happier. My brain cannot handle the genuine like morons filled with like nonsense that think they know everything everywhere on the planet. Everyone is insane. We haven't had sane political discourse in years. We should eat the Canadians is what's being said in my chat. I know, like, obviously, but like we should eat the Canadians. That's true. But like I want sane political discourse.
So
besides
insulting.
that,
you could just be the 51st state. What is Donald Trump's relationship with one of our closest allies? Why does he treat people like Justin Trudeau with such apparent disdain?
Because he's an asshole. What type of fucking MSNBC is so cooked?
Because he feels like he can. I mean, I think this is basically this is essentially why he has the appeal that he does from his supporters, which is a sense
look,
of
what I say, stop censoring yourself and be an asshole to these people. It's popular. And also, they probably do taste like Canadian bacon. People used to call humans the long pig for a reason.
bluster, a sense of incredible dismissiveness over someone he considers inferior, someone Americans consider to be this sort of a fat neighbor to the north. And
America considers a fat neighbor to the north. That's fucking hysterical.
frankly, just, it's kind of the law of the jungle. I mean, we are bigger than you. We are stronger than you. You rely on us more than we rely on you. And therefore, I can push you around like this. I think it probably helps that Trudeau is a lot younger than Trump. It probably helps that, Trump feels like he can lord over any number of things, in part, and this is reflected in how he treated him during the first term. I mean, they didn't.
Donald Trump, I just figured it out. Donald Trump is treating Justin Trudeau the way that Vladimir Putin is treating Donald Trump on the phone that we don't get to hear. It's just that. Because think about it. If you're mean to one of these people, what do? They're mean to somebody else about it. They whinge. They can't deal with their internal suffering. They have to get it out. They have to react to it. They can't feel the discomfort. So Putin gives Trump a lashing on the phone. Then Trump goes and takes it out on Trudeau. Makes sense to me. I mean, that might not factually be correct there, but that is definitely a factor, and it makes, it tracks with all of it.
Didn't have a great relationship the first time around. So to me, this is a continuation of that. And I also think that Trudeau feeling it necessary to go down to Mar-a-Lago kind of underscores not only the reliance
the Orange House instead of the White House
that he feels he has on the relationship, but also on a kind of subservience that he, along with many other people in the world and in the country, feel that they owe to Donald Trump at this point.
I just wonder how it's going to go take two, because the world has experienced Donald Trump before. Justin Trudeau's experienced him. Many of the leaders that are around today were around when.
I agree with you, Hansusa. I'm not saying that they were any less evil. I'm just saying they were at least more normal to listen to.
Donald Trump was in office the last time around. And there was an understanding that built up over time, which was that you could flatter Donald Trump and you could get what you wanted out of him, be nice to him, say great things, say how powerful and smart he is. And then you could give him, a mediocre concession and he would go around and tout it and wave it like it was one big win. Is that still your understanding of?
He might, like we discussed, the Mexico sanctions might be, the Mexico tariffs might be off because he might just pretend, but they might not be off because they might just change the decision. That's why I have such trouble making predictions of what's going to happen once Trump takes office, because they're all insane. They're not going to be rational. It's hard to predict irrational actors. Effete. I will not be lectured by some effete, soft penis debutante. You want to start a street fight with me? Go ahead. I'm the fucking Lizard King. I didn't get that whole thing right, but I got close enough. Pete Hegseth is next, guys. This is the, probably some of the worst shit. So this is our Department of Defense nominee, and he is a, pretty striking Christian nationalist.
Opposition researcher for the Republican National Committee during the 2016 presidential
campaign,
when he himself vetted Pete Hegseth for a different role, Justin Higgins, and senior editor at The Atlantic and host of Radio Atlantic and the new podcast We Live Here Now, Hannah Rosen. All right, thank you very much for joining us. Justin, I want to start with you. You vetted Hegseth. Did this stuff come up when you were looking into him?
Yeah, I saw a lot of discourse on that on Twitter today, Pre-Breakfast Fan. They're talking about. I said they were going to.
No.
And everyone's like, nah, they won't. Does anyone ever actually listen to me before the bad things happen? Can that ever be a thing? Or is it, as a socialist, am I doomed to forever be correct and ignored? I feel like it's the second one.
A lot of these allegations happened, after we were vetting him, but also the way we vetted was a political vet. So it was taking public information and searching through all the public records, public statements he's made, financial records, legal statements. And it appears to me, based on my vetting experience, that a lot of these new allegations came from amazing investigative reporting that resulted in tips, in telling the journalists where to look in police records, and resulted in the New Yorker magazine where they received these documents about a whistleblower report. So we didn't see these issues, but we did see how uniquely unqualified he was based on his resume alone.
The guy has a literal Crusader Christian nationalist tattoo cross on his chest. He doesn't think that germs are real. He hasn't washed his hands in 10 years. He doesn't believe women should serve in the military. He does not like Muslims at all. And really would love to go to war with everybody. Everybody. Like, this guy would personally start World War III given the chance. Oh, and I'm sure what you saw, by the way, pre-breakfast banana, is some variant of this post. People were like, even Republicans that voted for this guy were like, bro, like, I voted for you. Worry about, like, fixing the economy. Why the fuck are you doing this? And, like, it's leopards eating faces again, as usual. It's just that simple.
You went through public reporting. Tell me why he was uniquely unqualified, and tell me what position you were vetting him for.
Yes, so he was being vetted for a couple undersecretary roles at the DoD, but also Veterans Affairs Secretary, and then a few undersecretary roles there.
Oh, holy shit! Sorry, we're gonna pause this for a second. This is 20 minutes ago. Be it resolved by the people of Missouri that the Constitution be amended. Article 1 of the Constitution of Missouri is revised to repeal Section 33 and one new section adopted in lieu thereof to be known as Section 33 to read as follows. The state shall make no law abridging or undermining the right of any two consenting adult persons not biologically descended from common parent or grandparent to be united in marriage, and shall be by law validate and recognize all marriages which are in following with the criteria aforementioned. The section to be repealed is that to be valid and recognized in the state, a marriage shall exist only between a man and a woman. So Missouri is trying to repeal the Constitution state ban, the state constitution ban on gay marriage in Missouri. So, like, there's fighting back and forth. But I told you guys, the gay marriage fight is back on. If once they get rid of the trans people, who the fuck did you think was next? They only moved on to trans people after gay marriage became illegal and it became difficult to hit gay people with it. Yeah, literally, several dozen.
They would give us a list of a person to vet and then also potential positions they were being looked at. The reason was pretty clear, Katie. He has no experience working with Congress on creating and passing a large budget. He has no experience running.
These people are fucking insane and stupid. Stop talking about his experience. He wants to kill every Muslim. He doesn't believe in germs and hates women. He's a literal, like, Christian Nazi, a Christian nationalist. Talk about something fucking relevant. God damn.
And also foreign policy experience. This gentleman has none of that.
Gentlemen. Fucking MSNBC. Fuck you people. Like, genuinely, I'm glad you're going bankrupt. I really am. These people are, well, we're probably better off with them going bankrupt than we are without. What's CBS have to say?
Lawmakers are back on Capitol Hill today following the Thanksgiving break. And Senate Democrats have elected their new leadership team for the next session of Congress, which begins January 3rd. They re-elected Senator Chuck Schumer to lead the way.
Yay, Chuck fucking Schumer.
This time as minority leader. Meanwhile, President-elect Trump's pick for Homeland Security Secretary is also on the Hill. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem is looking to shore up support from Senate Republicans. She's holding several meetings where she's expected to discuss her vision for the department if she's...
At the very least, it should be a big deal in the news because Americans want to, like, hate more Muslims. Like, at the very least, Americans hate Muslims too. They still won't talk about it.
Confirmed. Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, is also back on Capitol Hill for more meetings with Senate Republicans today. CBS News has confirmed Hegseth was previously forced to step down from a veterans nonprofit group. That revelation is a result of a recent New Yorker article which accused the Fox News host of financial mismanagement.
Oh yeah, I also forgot he's a rapist.
Sexual impropriety and being intoxicated on the job.
There's just so many rapists and pedophiles in the government that you forget which ones are which. Honestly, probably all of them or both, but...
Despite the controversy, he's pressing forward with his efforts to win support.
We're going to meet with every senator that wants to meet with us.
Excuse me, no one needs to hear your fucking squeaking sneakers. This is not basketball time.
Across the board, and we welcome their advice as we go through the advice in council.
CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes is covering the president-elect and his transition team. She joins us now from West Palm Beach, Florida. Nancy, what is the transition team saying about Hegseth's efforts to win over senators on
wear in your sneakers next time before you're going to get, interviewed on camera.
Capitol Hill? Are they concerned that any of this reporting could impact his chances?
They are not expressing that concern if they have it publicly, Lindsay. In fact, they are out there publicly saying that the president-elect stands by him. They think that all of this reporting is simply based on gossip and innuendo,
of course.
Their words.
Basically, what this means is you kicked out Matt Gaetz. That was your one. The rest of them get in. That's what they're saying.
And the result of complaints from a disgruntled former employee of the organization that Hegseth once led. So they are completely dismissing.
Disgruntled former employee. It's all rumors. None of it's real. I haven't raped anybody. I feel like we've heard this from, I don't know, the president before.
The reporting that CBS News has done, the New Yorker has done, several other outlets, they say there's nothing to it. And so far, the Senate loyalists that Hegseth has met with, those Republican senators who are the tightest with President-elect Trump, who are unlikely to break with him on his cabinet nominations, they have said that this hasn't come up in their meetings with Hegseth, that they're not bothered by it. And a short time ago, one Senator, Josh Hawley of Missouri, said...
Hey, Anthony. Well, I mean, we're almost done with stream, but glad you finished work. We're looking at the rapist, pedophile, drug user, Nazi, white nationalist, Christian nationalist. Sorry, not Nazi, but white and Christian nationalist. Department of Defense head who doesn't believe in germs. Yeah, literally, he's in it.
That if there are Senate Republicans who have concerns, that he's calling on them just to allow Hegseth to have a hearing, have his day on Capitol.
You know, if Hegseth gets the DOD slot, that our chances of having a full ground war with Iran increase by 60%. He really would love to go to war with Iran. It would be awful for America to go to war with Iran. We would lose a lot of people, but he is frothing at the mouth for it.
Hill to answer their questions before they make up their minds. Now, that's not the same thing as him urging them to support Hegseth. He's simply saying that for now, they should keep an open mind.
And Trump, Nancy, so far has rejected the use of FBI background checks for his cabinet picks. How is that impacting the confirmation process?
Yeah, why the fuck, why do they talk about this shit like this? Oh, well, Trump has so far refused the FBI background checks on his picks. How could that affect, maybe just hey, remember, this guy, wants to start a war with Iran and hates, everybody that isn't white and Christian. And by the way, the president isn't doing any background checks on any of his cabinet picks, including the 3 Russian agents, the several pedophiles, the people with their own personal grievances, it's ridiculous. We live in a joke of a country. America is a joke now. It's a joke. We're not serious.
Is there any update on when or if that will change?
Well, there are no
idiots. We're not a serious country. Our media is not serious. There's a reason why, most people get. I think it was 41% of people get their news from online influencers now. Nobody watches these people. They don't mean anything. To be fair, we're going to have state media in a couple months anyway, so they'll all be gone or working for Trump Plus or in the camps, depending on whether they're on Kash Patel, the FBI director's list. Yeah. No. Why? We're such an unserious country. Whoever said, way, way earlier, I think it was, it was Chatty saying, remember, the CIA 40, 50 years ago? We used to, I don't know, have power. Not to say that we were good with it, but we had power, and now we're just a joke. It's kind of sad to see, you know? I'm not proud of America's actions, but I guess I'm proud of the idea of America that I hold in my head, of the ideals of the country that I grew up with, that I learned, in a fashion that is not the same as the average American's view on America. I like that. And it's a shame to lose the like community oriented, give me your poor, your sick, your masses, your huddled masses yearning for freedom. Like I want that part of America. And I'd like to drop quite a lot of the rest of it. Anyway, that's it for today. But thank you guys for hopping in. It was a lot of fun today. We had a lot of different shit to go over, a lot of different countries. I will be keeping tabs on Syria, obviously, to let you guys know and update you. But I'll also have a look at France, as it's either tomorrow or the next day that France is going to collapse. So a single income was enough for a house, a car, send kids to college, buy food. Yeah, it was. And you know what? It should still be. It should still be. Pre-breakfast banana. It should still be. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. And in the meantime, join the Discord. Have a